all of the PSCs who are present here today are just including that of the cabinet secretary is dressed in madras, and today we are seeing quite a number of the ladies, the wives of the husbands, the dignitaries that are here are all dressed in madras.
Here is Rayburn Blackmore, the Minister for National Security and Home Affairs, parliamentary representative for the Maho constituency, is now making his entry here on stage at the Windsor Park Stadium.
And as we are speaking, we are seeing the crowd is actually building. And if you realize, Curtis, there are a number of people who have received different color codes for sitting. I'm now seeing the pink card, the white card, the yellow card. And from the distance from where I am, I can see the scholars that are actually representing where you should be sitting. If you have your yellow card or your white card or your pink card, that you are sitting in a particular area.
Yes, and that's on the at the seats on in the stadium. That is really something that happens every year, where they tell you where you should be sitting based on, as you said, what you hold at the moment. Here is Dr. John Toussaint, a former Agriculture Minister of Dominica. Here too is the Attorney General Levi Peter, the Minister for Tourism Dennis Charles, and by the way, Cecil, we can just mention the 2022-23 tourism season opened in Dominica this week.
Yes.
And we should be having like 80,000 people coming to Dominica, this cruise season.
Right.
That to me, Cecil, is very telling.
And if we had to put the numbers of what came in for the 3 days, it would have been 100,000 for sure. Because I can almost guarantee myself that there are some between 15 and 20,000 people actually came to our shores to celebrate first our World Creole Music Festival, and also there are a number of them who have remained to actually be a witness of our 44th anniversary.
Yes, this Independence 2022 was indeed fantastic so far. We saw all the major crowds for the World Creole Music Festival and the various activities. One expects a little later to see the cultural gala, so still taking place on the forecourt, just a few minutes walk from where we are. The cultural gala will take place, and National Day of Community Service to take place tomorrow. Right, so Cecil, let's see what the program looks like for today. The ministers, the officials are coming in. We should see in a short while a musical interlude that should begin any minute from now, Cecil.
By the Music Lovers Government Band.
The arrival of the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, and then the arrival of His Excellency Charles Savrin, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and of course Mrs. Savrin. Then a salute and inspection of the Guard of Honor by His Excellency the President. And then
the national
anthem.
I'm one that every Dominican, whenever they hear it, they stand at attention. And we will actually witness that the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica will take that salute and inspection of Guard of Honor. And we will also have scripture reading from Reverend Mona Christmas Fraser from the Dominica Christian Council. And then at 4:55, what people are actually waiting for, as we said earlier on, is the address by Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Thank you very much, Cecil. I will take my seat now. As I tell you, I am here in an official capacity this afternoon. I will be the sponsor for a few, I can tell you. I'll be the sponsor for TK International, the sponsor for Andy Carter, commentator in Dominica, and the sponsor for Linworth Coffee, a businessman in my area in the East. And I will be here in an official capacity. I always feel,
before you go, Curtis,
before you talk, I always feel honored to represent my country and to do what my country asks at the time.
And I really want you to say to Andy Carter how I am very elated for him today. Andy Carter, a commentator par excellence for Dominica, for basketball, for cricket, for football. And today he's going to be awarded. He was, I think, a custom officer.
Yes.
Many years ago. And
tennis,
actually a coach for many young people. Some people may not know, but Andy Carter actually came into Dominica at a very tender age of 3, born in Barbados, and stayed in Dominica all of his life. And so I'm very proud that Andy Carter has really made himself a proud Dominican. Whenever you speak to Andy, he reminds you that he is a Dominican.
He will be receiving a national award this afternoon. Earlier on, Cecil, you spoke about the ladies you've seen so far, the way they are dressed on Independence Day. Ivona John Baptist Luke, the program director, has just joined us in the commentary booth, and I suspect Ivona will be able to compete very well with some of the best ladies here today. Ivona, to me, would be right up there if there's a competition for the best 10 here at Windsor Park this afternoon. I now say good afternoon to Ivona John Baptist Luge.
Well, thank you, Curtis Murphy. I hope as well, Curtis Murphy, when you go up with Andy Carter, with TK International, and whoever it is again, that the applause will not be for Curtis. Because we know Curtis has a style, Cecil.
It's a swag.
Curtis has right, that's it.
It's a swag.
But let me say good afternoon. It surely is a pleasure to be here. Beautiful sunshine, Cecil. A nice ambience here. I love the decor on the stage, and it's really a wonderful feeling today, Thursday, as we celebrate 44 years of statehood. 44 years
of national
yes.
statehood. That is a proud moment for us. We will all remember, or I should say most of us will remember, on the 1st of March 1967, when we decided that we were going to do some things for ourselves, and we became an associated statehood under the prime ministership of, under the premier of Edward Oliver Leblanc, who was the first premier of Dominica. And then on the 4th of November, this date, 44 years ago, we witnessed the fact that Dominica themselves can become an independent state. And we are a republic, and here we stand today as a proud nation.
All right, so as we speak, we see quite a few people coming in, quite a few people already seated. The sun is out in all its glory, but very soon we will get that dark clouds, not dark clouds in the form of rain, but very soon, because of the season that we are in around that time, of course, the darkness comes earlier. So Cecil, and the nice river breeze blowing through. So it's really a wonderful feeling here at the Windsor Park Stadium. 44 years ago, we would have what? Hoisted the flag as an independent nation.
That's correct.
On that very
and not
space.
Just an independent nation, we were the first country to have been given independence and immediately became a republic. You know, many other countries, and then by virtue of this, we were able to have what is called a president. Many countries continue by having what is called a governor general. We still have many countries of the Caribbean still today have governor generals, which the king now is the head of state.
I'm looking at this gentleman walking up. I'm trying to remember his name. When I was on sports, he was very much involved in sports.
He still is.
I just cannot recall his name, right. I just can't recall his name at this time. I think he would have received an award already.
Yes, he has already received an award.
In the past, doing a lot, you know, in terms of sports. I think it was basketball or volleyball, one of the sporting disciplines there. But
maybe football, if memory serves
all right.
right.
But it's always good to recognize people for their efforts, Cecil. I remember we would have gone up on stage to receive an award for DBS Radio. Was it 2018?
Just about 3 years ago, 2018.
2018,
yes.
thereabout. And yes, on 2019, thereabout, we received an award for DBS Radio. And lovely. I mean, the national wear, Cecil. The warp duet, the jip, in all the colors.
We can see Dr. Clarissa Etienne.
Oh, yes. You know? Oh, yes, Dr. Clarissa Etienne.
And also the Deputy Speaker of the House, former President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Eliud Williams.
Right, making their way up front as well. Quite a few people are here already. Let me see if I can get a closer look at the stage and give you an indication as to what it really looks like. We will try to be your eyes and your ears. I know these days we have social media and you are looking and you may not want to hear too much talk, but you also have to take into account that there are people who are only listening to us on radio. But it's a beautiful stage. The colors of the flag, the national flag of Dominica, palm trees, the madras, the black background, a wonderful setting here at the Windsor Park Stadium.
Yes, for sure. And it looks like this is Oliver Serafin.
Yes, it is.
Prime Minister of Dominica.
It is.
Looking well
Yes,
at the age of 76. Looking very, very well.
Well, Cecil, you know a lot, even people's age. You even know when Andy Carter came, he was at the age of 3, Cecil.
Well, Oliver has been my friend for many years, even when he was Minister of Agriculture in the early days as a young boy. So I remember him very, very vividly. And seeing him here today, you know, spells for me, you know, grace to have one of our. He was the second Prime Minister in the interim in government to really stand here. I think he did it for some 1 year from July of 1979 to June of 1980,
okay.
When the election was called, and he lost by the Freedom Party in that early period.
All right, so I see quite a few people here
Minister
seated.
of Agriculture.
Yes, I see former Minister of Agriculture as well, Ambrose George. He took his seat.
He too supposed to be receiving an award.
Yes, yes, of course. The Dominica Award of Honor, very big award going to Senior Minister Reginald Austri.
Yes.
And this really tells a lot, Cecil.
Ambrose George will be receiving the Cicero Award of Honor.
Yes, yes.
The second highest award.
So we're hearing something in the background, a siren sort of. Yes.
Prime Minister
Arrival of the Prime Minister of Dominica.
Yeah, it sounds like the Prime Minister of Dominica. coming in. And, and that's the moment.
So I'm sure that our cameras are capturing this as well. So you're viewing.
The big moment where the Prime Minister of the... Is it the Prime Minister? Yes, it's the Prime Minister. Once you hear this buzz, this buzz from the public that are gathered here, it says a clear indication that it is the Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, the Honourable Prime Minister making his arrival here, and the crowd that is here. I can see now the Deputy Chief of Police is saluting the Honourable Prime Minister as he makes his way towards the other many dignitaries who are here, and they are standing for the arrival of the Honourable Prime Minister. And you can hear the shouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival.
You can hear the shouts for the arrival of the Honourable Prime Minister alongside with his wife. I think I give you the chance to describe her outfit along with her daughter.
Well, I can say resplendent, very, very lovely. She chose very beautiful colors. Very beautiful colors, red the predominant color, and the top is black and white madras, of course, with red trimmings as well. And Isabella, like a mini-me,
yes,
to her mom.
To her mom, yes.
And
no, not like, she is a mini-me to her mom.
Very lovely, very lovely as they make their way up front.
Yes.
And
her red umbrella.
Melissa wearing her red umbrella as well.
Along with her daughter.
Yes. And Dimitri.
Really splendid.
In his what?
And
I can't see Dimitri from
Dimitri
where I am at
in
this
his
point.
madras,
okay.
Jacket, along with his red tie. His dad with his madras tie. As normal, always smiling. Been escorted by the Deputy Chief of Police. And he is going to stand. General salute for that of the Honourable Prime Minister. From the background, the music of the musical government band. General salute by the police officers who are all here. A number of platoons, not just police officers, prison officers, also that of the fire department. And we're hearing the songs. Just did Soul Your Arms, where the Honourable Prime Minister gets to his seat, and now we are hearing the siren, which represents the that of the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Sir Charles,
His Excellency
Charles Savre.
DAH, of course, the DAH Dominica Word of Honor. But Kewana is looking beautiful. Madame Wob, lovely. Kewana, bonjour.
Bonjour Ivona, bonjour Cécile, bonjour tout le monde qui a écouté Radio DBS actuellement. Comme vous savez, quand nous attendons, c'est journée indépendance en Dominique, c'est une vraiment occasion nationale. Nous avons plaisir moun ici aujourd'hui en stade Windsor Park. C'est une grande occasion dominicaine vraiment sorti pour supporter avec montrer respect par nationaux. Quand nous actuellement respect, nous attendons président Dominique, président Charles Savre qui a tué actuellement en voiture en stade là.
All right, so there's a kind of hush now at the Windsor Park Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of His Excellency Charles A. Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Mrs. Savre.
As you heard from the chairperson, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Mrs. Privo, requesting of the public to stand for the arrival of the...
So Mrs. Savre has just alighted from the vehicle, and here is President Savre as well.
As Mrs. Savre makes her way, and you know that Mrs. Savre has to be on top of the stage, and Mr. Savre will come after, where he will actually do the salute and inspection of guard of honor, and when that is done, the national anthem. And that's the preparation. So they are now escorting the wife of His Excellency.
And she looks lovely in white,
yes.
in white, and with a hint of madras Very, very lovely. The Ted Cassie as well, and her fan in Madras as well, as she makes her way upstage. Very lovely. The secretary to the president, Donnell Blackmore, lovely as well. Black, white, and red. Red is a very predominant color against black and white, and it really adds, you know, to the beauty of the warb in particular. So, Honorable Savre, President Savre, making his way now up front. And you know he has this walk and like show up himself.
He's led by the IDCA.
Oui, absolument. Moi, quand toujours dit président Savre, c'est un homme qui représente dignité, grâce, un homme qui a symbolisé respect. Vous avez manière qu'à marcher. Actuellement, il est debout pour nous chanter chanson nationale.
And you know what I have observed, Ivona, the police officers who actually have been escorting the president are all dressed the same way like that of the president. I don't know if you have really made that observation.
Oh yes, oh yes. Well, it's how we'll call it how I call it, dressing, you know, that suits an occasion like that. Your black trousers and your black jacket, you know, and your white shirt underneath with a tie. So this is really lovely. Very dapper looking, I must say. Quite a few people are here. Very soon we will see the official start. In terms of the ceremony itself, we just had the national anthem of Dominica being played.
Actually conveying to the Honorable Prime President of the Commonwealth of Dominica that he was just going to escort them to have the guard of honor, if I can say, of the various platoons that are here. As he said, there are three platoons of the police force, and there's actually one fire. There's one fire and one of that of the prison, and so we are here, and we are here to really, you know, bring it to you live as it happens. And myself, Cecil Joseph, along with Kewana Wilson, and that of Ivona Lugay, as we bring it live to you. And we are more or less more north of the stadium, closer to the awardees for this evening. And as we carry it live to you, folks, wherever you are, we are your eyes and your ears, if I can say it that way. And I'm sure that you will get to know exactly what's happening through our clear broadcast. Ivona.
Yes, so the sun is losing its strength now, There are a lot of shadows now across the lawn, the Windsor Park. Just last weekend, the festivities were on a high here, of course, as we staged the World Creole Music Festival. But this time around, it's a different kind of event, as we observe today as our Day of Independence, 44 years, one Dominica, one people, one vision.
Et toujours un bon plaisir à venir pour ces gens-là en dans stade là. C'est pas seulement pour World Creole Music Festival, on pour nous bon temps, on pour fêter avec ces bagages ça là, mais yo acide pour expérimenter ça qui vraiment Dominique. On y a une célébration qui vraiment Dominique, indépendance nous avons célébré 44 anniversaire indépendance, avec ça qui est tellement belle quand l'année ça là, vous savez après des années nous libres, vous savez, nous vraiment libres, ça can symboliser indépendance vraiment. Avec nous ça acide à ce stade là, avec garder toutes ces cérémonies qui prennent place actuellement pour célébrer l'indépendance nous. Quand nous avons parlé, le président Savrin qui a continué à inspecter ces platoons là, ces groupes là, ces groupes uniformes qui cadoubout en stade là actuellement, avait assez une célébration pour faire avant la cérémonie actuellement commencer ici en stade Windsor Park. Tout le monde bien habillé avec même officier gouvernement, tout le monde qui a reçu l'honneur aujourd'hui, c'est une activité là, c'est spectacle là, highlights pour aujourd'hui là, combien de temps eh ben plus que 20 personnes qui
24 people.
Yes, 24 personnes qui ont tapé l'honneur aujourd'hui pour contribution en développement pays nous, avec monde qui pour longtemps fait contribution yo travailler public, mon affaires sociales, mon santé, mon média, mon amusement, entertainment, plusieurs aspects, plusieurs départements affaires travail en Dominique. Avec ces gens là qui reçoivent l'honneur avec appréciation pour travail là qui ont fait à ces années qui passé.
And Kiwana, not many platoons obviously, but there was a time long ago when we had a lot of uniform groups on parade. So you'd have the nurses and the Red Cross, you know, and other groups parading on that very day. But of course, in recent times, a decision was taken sort of to cut down on the number of platoons.
Okay, so a decision was taken. It's not about participation.
No,
issues.
I don't think it was about participation.
Okay.
I stand to be corrected, of course, but it's still wonderful. It's still wonderful. It's always nice to see the display done by the police. So we were with that as well.
Absolument. Hier était journée nationale. Hier était un jour pour ni rallye national pour jeunes gens, rallye jeunes gens. Bon 30 jeunes gens recevaient l'honneur aussi pour contribution. Puis ces jeunes gens, yo même qui a fait contribution yo en développement pays nous. Comme ça, yo même mérité une recognition. Avec appréciation pour ça yo qu'a fait puis c'est yo qui là à présent avec c'est yo qui est là bah Dominique en tant qu'avini comme ça nous qu'a vraiment apprécié yo était un bel temps hier ces jeunes monde là yo match avec yo t'ai respect pour ça yo qu'a garder pour ça yo t'ai tout monter même parents yo comme ça pour match puis c'est pour yo si yo grand l'honneur quand il supposé il supposé au grand l'honneur pour match pour payer ou pour montrer l'amour respect avec l'honneur pour payer. Actuellement, quand nous avons président Savre Viwe, là il a commencé.
Right, back to the days, and the shadows have lengthened across the field, but not on the stage though.
Please stand.
All right, mesdames, Moutan, sécurité cabinet qui annoncé pour nous tous debout, comme président Dominique Charles Savrin qui a marché là, qui a monté pour acide, il a rejoint et puis madame Charles Savrin il a salué tout le monde qui là, qui a dit bonjour pour tout membre gouvernement et tous les autres monde là qui invités dans la cérémonie là avec qui acide assis scène là ici en stade Windsor Park. Dominique qui a célébré anniversaire nous qui a célébré indépendance nous qui a célébré 44 années.
I know Kiwana, yesterday we had a lot of rain. I was a little concerned. I really thought that we would get more rain today because the National Youth Rally at one point in the morning I thought that it would not have gone through.
I wanna, but
There's a roar somewhere.
there's a roar. Not too
excitement,
sure
sort of.
why, but there was definitely a roar, and there is a roar in the audience, in the crowd here,
still.
on the seated in the stadium. Okay, so now we see the Music Lovers Band, Ivona,
Yes, the government band of Dominica.
about to serenade us here this afternoon.
Very lovely. In their black and red tunics.
Eh bien, encore, ça c'est notre symbole, c'est cérémonie indépendance nous, cérémonie célébration journée indépendance en stade Windsor Park. Là, nous avons ban gouvernement qui a joué, avait toujours qu'à jouer quelque chose qui nous a coutumé tant, avec quelque chose qui en l'honneur, qui en respect pour pays nous, pour célébration indépendance. Tous les années, c'est un grand spectacle pour nous en Dominique, puis c'est qu'à symboliser autant. Qu'à symboliser, vous savez, la pays nous taillé, et bien là, il y a actuellement. Pour nous célébrer, nous parlons de ça tout le temps, nous parlons de pays nous, une fois à l'Angleterre, et bien, nous avons commandé nous, nous avons déterminé, pire bitin contre pays nous, contre nation nous, ça a fait nous la meilleure. Mais nous avons dit, à 44 années après ça, nous avons indépendance de l'Angleterre, nous avons dit, nous avons debout à 6 pieds nous. Literally, vous savez, nous avons debout bien solide, bien fort, qu'on pays, qu'on nation indépendant. Et nous avons quelque chose pour célébrer toute l'année, et c'est ça que nous avons fait actuellement. Comme nous tellement contents et fiers quand là nous jaillit un pays nous qu'on pays indépendant. Et they are slowly coming across the field, Ivona.
Lovely.
Government Music Lovers Band.
Moving in unison, and this is really lovely. And I remember, of course, the late Heskip Kazimi, former band leader who passed away this year. In recent time, we would have Valina later as the band leader, and now
The son
of Valina, Peter Lita, is at the helm of this organization, this musical band.
Mais Ivona, c'est quelque chose d'autre, eh? Something else, very interesting to be playing an instrument at the same time marching in unison. That is something else.
It calls for focus. It calls for a lot of attention.
That is correct. That is correct. But
a lot of practice would have gone into this.
It's also more or less muscle work, muscle memory. Sorry, like you have practiced this over and over for almost, for a while now. So it's like it comes naturally.
It becomes part of
it comes
right,
naturally.
Yeah.
You can march past us. You can pass it bien pour côté nous.
They are right next to us in Pakewada.
Yeah, so I was about to say we can now join the government Music Lovers Band, but that's not allowed. And so c'est un mélange femme et homme, jeune homme qui a joué.
A lot of women, Kewana, a lot of women.
Nous avons people combien yo 1 2 3 4 5 6 bon people 10 femmes.
Young people, a lot of young people involved as well. So there's experience and the youth.
Bona makaite se ouais si moi ça quitter ces monde là tan ça c'est son tambour avec trumpet, trombone,
saxophone, make it a wonderful sound. And when you speak of resilience, you speak of longevity, you speak of sustainability, that is Dominica for you. Because the Music Lovers Government Band, now the Government Band of Dominica, they have been around for a number of years, Kiwana. They continue to thrill.
Eh bien, c'est ça qui est exceptionnel comme ça. C'est là pour combien d'années, mais toujours une continuation.
Right.
There's always continuity.
Right. So the baton is passed on.
Oui, ça veut dire, c'est pas pour dire nous avons des difficultés. Eh bien, Ivona,
hey, I love this.
Eh bien, vous jouer. Qui chante ça?
Hey.
Who buying it?
Oh, yes,
Sawa.
Yes. No, Coco for
Oh, Coco for sale.
That's one of the calypsos that really made it big in 2022. The mystery.
Coco for sale. Ça, c'est une chanson Kaiso. Version différente son. You can
I'm looking at the dance given, and some people are really dancing.
Oui.
But you cannot not dance to something like this.
Vous buying it, hein? Et bien, on a danser pour aller puis ça est bon.
I love this.
Yes.
We have to move with the times,
Oh,
you know. We have to change our style.
Eh bien, nous pouvons changer, mais manière les protocoles ni pour rester
yes. You have to remember
that. Si nous avons trouvé une manière pour aller où un protocole là, ça nous change trop. Eh bien, ça nous croiser, ça qui est supposé officiel, mais toujours bon pour une petite créativité dans ces cérémonies.
This is beautiful. I love this. We have to incorporate our dances, everything, Dominica, even into performances like this. There was a time we would have thought that the government band was to play maybe just Christmas carols or just to perform at parade like this. But they can do much more, and they are doing much more in recent time, and that's lovely.
Eh bien, nous avons réalisé qu'il n'y a pas de sens pour nous ça tout faire créativité nous, on peut tout faire différents développements comme ça. Les venus pour les affaires nationaux avec cérémonie nationale. Comme on dit, depuis nous pas croiser ça qui est supposé officiel, c'est bon, mais si nous ça servi créativité nous pour faire plus intéressant, pour ça c'est moun là qui a venir regarder, et ben pour nous mêmes qui a fait, pour ces moun là qui a même gouvernement là, moi certain leader qui a sorti audio même pour ça faire quelque chose de différent.
And of course, a lot of young people involved in the government band of Dominica now, so it's no wonder that even songs like this, you know, would make it into their repertoire as well.
Et pas seulement ça, plusieurs groupes ça là, c'est même swing star qui a joué, bah c'est calypsonien ça. Comme ça, ça a fait un petit groupe pour ça mettre petit bois dans ça, dans ces différentes occasions ça là.
So they are going back to where they were placed, their position.
Et c'est mon là qui a regardé, il est bien content qui musique lovers qui a venu au tirer puis chanson chanter Coco for sale. Eh ben naturellement il a parlé de Coco assis pied Coco à bon peut-être ça parler de Coco
local products are really doing
Coco,
a lot
oui.
now, especially with the young entrepreneurs and what they are doing with this.
Mais ouais, ça nous mettons spéciale attention à ces traditional herbs et traditionnel. Puis nous avons réalisé une pile histoire, un cas acide en dedans, tout ça nous a servi pour manger, pour boire. C'est naturel, c'est traditionnel, dites nous, mangez nous. Donc ça nous réaliser, il est important pour nous, ça toujours mettre en pratique, ça nous avons fait un temps qui passe, un temps longtemps. Et comme on a parlé là, ban là qui actuellement joué pour ces gens-là qui a acide en stade là, tan, avait un jouit pour quoi yo. Eh bien, Cecil Joseph retourné, Cecil Mossa ou tan avait ou Music Lovers Band qui a fait ça, qui a fait bien.
Oh yes, the Music Lovers Band has been around prior to we being an independent nation or independent state. And they are still here with us, you know, celebrating. And every year we expect to have some kind of display, musical display, instrumental display with the Music Lovers Band. And today is no exceptional case in reference to the Music Lovers Band. And you can see that the huge crowd that is here actually did appreciate what the Music Lovers Band actually did for them here this afternoon. Well, this is the Cadet Corps musical band themselves. As some of the difference that there is in the Cadet Corps is that they have their first band along with them, which is very, for me, important to show to us as a people that steel pan from that of the Caribbean makes up part of our culture. And so as the march past the area where the dignitaries are, it's important that we recognize the efforts of these young men and women from the various schools of Dominica. And as you can see to your right, Ivona, more west, you can see the platoon of the Young Cadet Corps, and that for me is very important to show the effort of young people in Dominica.
Let's take some of the music and the sights.
That's one of the most popular songs right now in Dominica. You know, from it's
There was song in Jerusalem.
Jerusalem, and we just saw this the young men and women passing, trumpeters. We saw saxophoners, bass drums, the first band, as I said earlier on, and it's really spelling continuous development in our culture for our young people. And many times, you know, people tend to say that they're not so sure as to where Dominica will be. But once upon a time, we too were young, and now we are grown adults, and we are proud to see that these young people themselves are taking our places to ensure that Dominica culture, the life of Dominica continues. And it says that I can clearly state that the 98% that are very positive is going to bring Dominica into another level.
Mais c'est vrai, c'est quand on est passé tout pour nous là, on a dit peut-être qu'on a senti vraiment fier, proud pour qu'on jouer un instrument assez jeune ça là. Puis manière de jouer, c'est dire vous savez qu'on a senti de manière un gens qui connaît qui a fait un bon travail. C'est plutôt jeune monde qui a fait ce bagage ça là. Pour ouais qualité satisfaction qui yo ni envie yo ka ouais ya asvija yo. Comment yo ka apprécier ça yo ka fait ba Dominique yo ka senti qui yo ka fait quelque chose bien extraordinaire, yo ka jouer concert sur des différents instruments. Mais moi dit normalement nous ni steel pan on dit dans ça.
Yes, a first pan. And the crowd themselves, you know, enjoy
really
that of the young men and women.
Eh bien, nous ka préparer pour quoi ça OK match pass.
Charles Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Mrs. Savre,
Secretary Cabinet.
Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Mrs. Skerrit, Honorable Joseph Isaac, Speaker of the House of Assembly, and Mrs. Isaac, Honorable Reginald Austry, Senior Minister, and Mrs. Austry, Your Ladyship, Justice Jacqueline Josiah Graham, High Court Resident George, Honorable Justice Richard Floyd and Mrs. Floyd, High Court Resident Judge, Your Excellency, Eliud Williams, former President of the Commonwealth of Dominica and Mrs. Williams, Mr. Oliver J. Serafin, former Prime Minister and Mrs. Serafin, honorable members of Cabinet and spouses, Honorable Lennox Linton, Leader of the Parliamentary Opposition, other honorable members of Parliament, Reverend Mona Fraser and Pastor Samuel Augustine, who are assisting us with the prayer today, members of the Diplomatic Corps and visiting dignitaries, Your Worship, Mayor Ms. Sandrine Ermin Roye, chairpersons of commissions, permanent secretaries and spouses, awardees, distinguished guests, members of the media, fellow Dominicans, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you back to the Windsor Park Sports Stadium for the 44th anniversary of Independence National Day Observance Ceremony. After a 2-year absence from our traditional independence celebrations due to COVID-19, I am sure you will agree with me that it feels good to be back to celebrating everything we hold dear. Truly, as Dominicans, our food, our music, our culture, our dress, and our people. I now invite Pastor Samuel Augustine and Reverend Mona Christmas Fraser to offer prayer for the nation. Please stand.
The word of God says in 2 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 12, "For I know whom I have believed, and I am persuaded that he is able to keep what I have committed to him until that day." Our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks. For truly, God, you have been our keeper. You have kept us through good times, and for sure we can testify that you have kept us through difficult times. Indeed, we prove this scripture true today, that you have been our keeper. We thank you, God, for keeping us as only you can keep us. We can look back, Lord, on the past years and see our many difficulties, but we can also look back and see our triumph. And in looking at the triumphs we have had, Father, we give you thanks. We say thank you for a resilient people. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the strength that you give to us, for the abilities that you give to us, for the determination that you give to us, to never give up, but to pick up the pieces again and to keep moving. We look to you today, Father, and as a grateful nation, we say thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God. Father, we look back even over the last year, and we see the triumph of our athletes. We see the triumph of trainees. We see the triumph of fear. And God, even that gives us strength on the inside, knowing, oh God, that in the midst of difficulties, in the midst of chaos, in the midst of whatever we face, we can still triumph. So as a people today, we put our eyes upon you, and one more time, we say thank you, God. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for making us a great nation. Thank you for making us a great people. Thank you for making our name great. The Commonwealth of Dominica, the Nature Isle of the Caribbean, the breadbasket of the world. Thank you, God, for truly making us that which we never thought we would have become, because you are with us. Today, God, we say continue to make us great. Continue to fight for us, oh God. Continue to work against all forms of malice, all forms of discord, and make us truly, oh God, in this season, one Dominica, one people operating under one vision. Make us great, Father, as we bind together in unity in the name of Jesus. Father, you have already hinted that there may be even more challenges to come. But Father, as we look at the past, we thank you that there were challenges, but there were victories. So in the future, if there are challenges, we are thanking you already in advance that there will be victories. Make us great, oh God. We look to the future, we see the victories. We look to the future and we see ourselves conquering, not in our own strength, not by our own might, not by our own determination, but like David, we say, oh God, we approach and face every challenge in the name of the Lord. Truly, oh God, this year, help us to stand as one people and embrace in a real way, Psalms 133, a people, oh God, that can experience your blessing. Let there be a shout in this season, God. Let there be great praise in this season as we come together as one Dominica, one people operating under one vision. Again, Father, we give you thanks. Teach us how to respond in this season. Teach us how to move forward in this season, to bless our nation and to embrace everything that you are doing, because truly, oh God, you are with us and you are moving us from strength to strength and from glory to glory. We bless you and we appreciate you for loving us as a people. In Jesus' name we pray. And everybody say, Amen.
On the occasion of the 44th anniversary of nationhood, we share in the scripture reading, which this afternoon is a medley of scripture verses from the Psalms, in praise and thanksgiving to our gracious God for his faithfulness and goodness to this nation. Psalm 103. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and do not forget all his benefits. Psalm 33. The counsel of the Lord stands forever. The thoughts of his heart is to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he has chosen as his heritage. The Lord looks down from heaven. He sees all humankind. From where he sits enthroned, he watches all the inhabitants of the earth. He who fashions the hearts of them all and observes all their deeds. Truly, the eye of the Lord is on those who fear him, on those who hope in his steadfast love, to deliver their soul from death and to keep them alive in famine. Our soul waits for the Lord. He is our help and shield. Our heart is glad in him because we trust in his holy name. Let your steadfast love, O Lord, be upon us, even as we hope in you. Psalm 136. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Oh, give thanks to the God of gods, for his steadfast love endures forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his steadfast love endures forever. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thank you very much to Pastor Samuel Augustine and Reverend Mona Christmas Fraser for offering these prayers to the nation. Please be seated.
En termes yon Dominique, yon pep, yon vision, Dominique a célébré 44 anniversaire indépendance avec nous en stade Windsor Park. Aujourd'hui, actuellement, quand on a écouté, quand on a regardé, aujourd'hui, le 3e jour à mois de novembre. Actuellement, nous avons prié, plus bonheur, nous avons un petit lit, nous avons la Bible, et tout de suite, nous avons l'adresse là, le Premier ministre Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, Premier ministre Dominic, et tout de suite, nous avons l'adresse Hodley, Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit. Après ça, il y a une présentation l'honneur national, président Dominic Charles Savrin, qui est pour la présentation ça là. Plus tard, nous quand nous parlons de monde qui a reçu l'honneur. Nous avons l'honneur con Dominic Award of Honor. Et ça c'est Honorable Reginald Austrie qui a reçu Dominic Award of Honor. Plus gros l'honneur à ces journées nationales. Nous avons 5 personnes qui ont reçu Cicero Award of Honor l'année là. Et aussi des gens qui ont tapé Meritorious Awards. Nous avons des gens qui ont reçu Service Medal of Honor, médaille service l'honneur. Médaille l'honneur pour service à Dominique. Et aussi l'honneur pour long service. Service long, c'est des gens qui travaillent pour longtemps en service public. Et ça c'est Madame Helen Jean Gilbert, Madame Ursula Peter et Mademoiselle Maria Moïse. C'est mon salaire qui reçoit l'honneur parmi les autres pour service Medal of Honor. Nous qui organisation comme Abilities Unlimited, comme Madame Sotera Reginald Walsh, Monsieur
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hayford
I now invite the Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to deliver the address to the nation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Charles Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, my wife Melissa, and Member of Parliament for the Roseau Central constituency, and my son Dimitri and daughter Isabella. Honorable Joseph Isaac, Speaker of the House of Assembly, and Mrs. Isaac. Honorable Reginald Austrie, our Senior Minister, and Mrs. Austrie. My other honorable cabinet colleagues, your leadership, Justice Jacqueline Josiah Graham, High Court Resident Judge, Honorable Justice Richard Floyd and Mrs. Floyd, High Court Resident Judge, Your Excellency Eliud Williams, former President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Oliver J. Serafin, former Prime Minister of Dominica and Mrs. Serafin, Honorable Lennox Linton, Leader of the Opposition, and Mrs. Linton, His Excellency Louis Mussington, President of the Collectivity of St. Martin, Your Excellencies, the members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps and other visiting dignitaries and spouses, Dr. Carissa Etienne, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, and Mr. Gregoire, other honorable members of Parliament, Reverend Mona Christmas Fraser of the Dominican Christian Council, Pastor Samuel Augustine, Your Worship, the Mayor, Ms. Sandra Ermin Roy, Chairpersons of Commissions, Permanent Secretaries and Spouses, awardees, distinguished guests, members of the media, fellow Dominicans, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am sure those of us who are sitting on the platform would have gotten enough of vitamin D for a lifetime. I think somebody thought that we needed some vitamin D, and so they placed us in this afternoon sun. But we thank God for that. I want to congratulate and commend all those who will be receiving awards this evening. We congratulate you and we commend you for your service to our country. If you permit me, my dear friends, I would like to single out a few people, two of whom are from my constituency, Mr. Theodore Remy and Nurse Gilbert, two very distinguished son and daughter of the soil. But I also want to recognize my friend, my colleague, my comrade for many years, who has been recognized for highest honor this evening, our Senior Minister, Honorable Reginald Austria. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that this gentleman has served our country with distinction spanning more than 30 years in a political vineyard. And though he is older than me, I think he refers to me as his father. So I feel very blessed that an older person can call me father. But he is my dear colleague and friend and brother. And so I celebrate with him and his dear wife and family. Today, I greet you with a profound sense of duty and solidarity as we recognize and celebrate the 44th anniversary of the independence of our nation. Every major milestone in the life and development of a nation is an occasion for reflection on where we are, where we have come from, and the auspicious paths we intend to take. This year, these reflections and considerations are foremost in my mind. My dear friends, I do not ponder on them as an academic exercise, but as a son of the soil, a humble servant, whom the people have entrusted to lead this country for roughly half of the last 44 years of which we have been an independent nation. Today, I encourage the country to join me in deep reflections. We must be cognizant of the turbulent past, our precarious first independent steps, and we must be proud, too, of the tremendous progress we have made as a small island developing state. And this pride transcends into this year, a year where we continue to recognize the clear vision that we have articulated for our country as we celebrate another year of independence and survival in an increasingly challenging world. The world is facing one of the most perilous periods in global history. We in the Caribbean are trying to survive in the deep, churning waters of global economic uncertainty. We are contending with the rising prices of basic goods and necessities. We are caught in the crosshairs of a climate crisis, originating from actions elsewhere, but having devastating impacts on our islands in the region. We're impacted by the rapidly changing requirements imposed by international institutions for banking and trade. We all know life is complex, fast-moving, difficult to predict or plan for, and high risk for island states like Dominica, with our small, open, and vulnerable economies. In this environment, regional governments are facing a rising tide of concern and discontent, fueled by uncertainty, fake news, and false prophets. Governments are being called on to address and manage these unprecedented challenges, while simultaneously meeting the development needs and aspirations of our people. Regionally, our people are searching for solutions and relief, and in some instances are not fully appreciating the powerful impact of global dynamics on their daily lives. As your Prime Minister, I have taken action every single day and pursued policies to transform Dominica into the best place to raise our families, to work and do business, and to live in peace and harmony. The government that I have the honor to lead has created jobs and economic opportunities, improved education and healthcare services, upgraded infrastructure, and at a very personal level, I've reached out to many of you to make a difference in your lives. I have done this because I understand your personal struggles, and it has always been my determination as a member of Parliament, and particularly as Prime Minister, to ensure that the living standard of the people whom I represent and every Dominican is of an acceptable level. Having worked so hard to improve the lives of our people for over 2 decades, I will be heartbroken to know that there is any level of stagnation or reversal of the country's development gains and citizens' quality of life. The impact of the current global circumstances, therefore, concern me deeply. They have restricted the ability and policy options of governments to intervene directly and aggressively to help their people. We have had to be creative and innovative to continue to meet your needs and to continue to move Dominica along to a better Dominica, a dynamic Dominica. We must remain vigilant, however. These are tough times for countries, for citizens, for governments, and prime ministers. Dominica has had to withstand blow after blow in quick succession, from natural disasters, disease, and war. You and I did not cause or could not control Erica or Hurricane Maria. You and I did not create or could not stop COVID and the economic upheaval it has caused. You and I did not start and cannot stop the war between Russia and Ukraine, nor the high prices and supply shortages that the pandemic and the war have together inflicted on us. Times like these remind me of the saying that when the developed world sneezes, we in the small island developing states catch the flu. The nature of our societies and economies is such that we do not have the resources and financial cushion to protect ourselves from global turbulence. What I can guarantee you is that your government and I are using all the experience, skills, intellect, and networks available to us to ensure that all Dominicans are as shielded from the global circumstances as it is possible to do. Fellow citizens, like you, I listen to the news reports around the world. And as Minister of Finance, I am privy to all the economic reports and predictions on the challenges facing the global economy. As I mentioned, Dominica has not been immune. The reality is that COVID-19 pandemic adversely impacted the economic well-being of many countries, including Dominica. Combined revenue shortfalls and additional unexpected COVID-related spending on health, social support to the vulnerable, including those who became unemployed, support to businesses, expenditure related to the administration of health protocols for the police, schools, the public service. All of this amounted to well over $100 million in the 2 years of the pandemic. These unforeseen expenditures have taken their toll on government's policy and program implementation, affected cash flow, and the ability to provide the range and extent of goods and services that we would normally provide. Notwithstanding, as a matter of priority, first and foremost, government had to act to save families and lives. These were not easy decisions. It has been a difficult balancing act and has taken the full effort of the entire government and all my experience as Prime Minister of this country. When faced with turbulent winds and storms, the responsibility of the captain of the ship is to hold the vessel steady. He must work with his crew to keep the passengers safe and keep the ship from capsizing or being damaged. You don't go through a storm full steam ahead. Slow and steady is how you navigate the current global hurricane. Government has had to proceed with extreme caution in this moment of international crisis. To keep the country moving forward, this government has relied on its experience, utilized our network of friendships in the global community, and despite facing reduced revenues and higher prices, we have pushed forward, albeit at a slower and safer pace than we had been moving before the storm. Despite all the challenges, the reality is that Dominica and her people have been kept safe. Our economy and society have been protected, and the country is stable. Importantly, international agencies like the IMF and the World Bank are all indicating that Dominica is now back on the path of growth and well-positioned for the future. This is comforting news and suggests we can look ahead with optimism. But in the meantime, until we see the results of the new growth, the environment is still troublesome and difficult. Through every national and global difficulty, in every type of circumstance, this Dominican Labour Party government has been as constant as the North Star in its service to people and country. We have done this by putting our people first, by telling them the truth, by easing the financial burden citizens have been called on to carry, by not raising taxes and encouraging growth, by continuously supporting individuals, farmers, artists, and businesses. As we navigate these global challenges, the pace may be slower, but this government is still building our nation's social capital, investing in our people and youth, protecting our seniors, promoting culture and entrepreneurship, looking after our public officers, ensuring more Dominicans are in resilient homes, improving our education and healthcare systems, upgrading infrastructure, and securing the future of Dominica and Dominicans. Over the years, this administration has delivered on its promises and kept faith with the people of Dominica, and the current crisis is no different. We have continued to do so within the confines set by the times we are living in. In 2 decades, against all the odds and every crisis, national and international, this government has transformed our nation. We have pushed Dominica so far along that we are achieving many firsts in this country. We have placed dynamic Dominica firmly within reach, and we will jump over the present hurdles to take the country and our people there. Safety, stability, security, and the fight for progress, my dear friends, is our objective. Some of us who live in Dominica complain that we are not moving fast enough, but I have met many of you who are visiting, and you have told me how amazed you are to see the progress that Dominica has made over the years. This country is increasingly regarded as a success story, a model for resilience. Together, the government and people have faced and overcome a global financial recession. We have survived and overcome the impacts of intense and frequent weather events. We have kept our heads high above the waters of disaster that threatened to pull us under. As a global microstate, we have limited resources, a small economy, and tax base. These factors inhibit us. They make recovery from crisis far more difficult, and the period required for recovery more protracted. In the midst of our frustrations, we still need to pause, acknowledge our accomplishments as a people and as a government, and give God all the thanks. Grateful for achievements despite national and global constraints, we must maintain our dreams of bigger things for ourselves and for Dominica. Dominica is safe, stable, secure. Out of these global crises, let us now move forward together. Over the years, this government has made a deliberate effort and pursued progressive strategies and policies to uplift our people and set our country firmly on the path to prosperity. Last weekend, we welcomed record numbers of visitors to our World Creole Music Festival, and our tourism continues to grow. If this year's event showed us anything, it is how our homegrown talent and culture are world-class. And as we position Dominica to be the premier destination and preferred choice for travelers, our new international airport will ensure enhanced direct access not just for visitors, but for the thousands of Dominicans in the diaspora who come home every year. And you know, there'll be some who will tell you no international airport will come to Dominica. But I say to them that God is the one who provides, and God will help us build this international airport for Dominica. Our efforts are bearing fruit. In June this year, the famous Travel and Leisure magazine, which ranks tourism destinations against the activities, sites, natural attractions, food, friendliness, and overall value, ranked Dominica as the #1 tourism destination in the Caribbean. Ranked #1. Look how far Dominica has come, my dear brothers and sisters. This is what I mean when I say that this government has delivered safety in the handling of national affairs, stability of our economy, security for our people, and ensured that our country is moving forward even in the worst of global times. We are continuously improving our sites and attractions and creating more opportunities for Dominicans as we develop our tourism product. Dominica now has 4 5-star hotels, and 4 more are under construction in Salisbury, Portsmouth, the Roseau Valley, and at Loubaire. Things are happening, my dear friends, and we thank God for this. This is being complemented by the development of new attractions. Construction has begun on the world's longest cable car in the Roseau Valley. This will create an opportunity for all citizens and visitors to have a treetop view of Dominica's beauty, and for those with accessibility issues or who simply do not want to hike that distance, they too will be able to experience the world's second largest boiling lake, our boiling lake in Dominica. We expect there to be a significant increase in the number of visitors to the boiling lake, and it will provide additional opportunities for local tour operators and service providers who can provide aerial guided tours as well as hiking tours. This is scheduled for completion in 2024. Many of you would have seen the convoy of trucks taking up drilling equipment into the Roseau Valley over the last 2 weeks. We expect the drilling of 2 additional wells to take place over the next few months. When this is done, construction of our first geothermal plant will begin and be completed in 2024. This is not only a major initiative in building a green economy, reducing our carbon footprint, and addressing climate impact. It is a way of ensuring lower energy costs for householders and businesses, and will enhance our competitiveness. In the meantime, government has taken action to reduce the impact of increasing oil prices on consumers, which caused an increase in electricity prices. Government took immediate action by subsidizing the price of gasoline and diesel. and subsequently removed the VAT paid on the fuel surcharge and increased the number of VAT-free units on domestic consumption of electricity. Unit 1 at Domlex Pardo hydropower plant is now online, and the second unit is expected to be online by the end of November 2022. This will directly result in an overall reduction of the fuel surcharge and therefore a reduction in the electricity bills for all our consumers. We are also pursuing the development of geothermal potential in the north of the island as well. A geothermal mapping exercise is now being conducted with the support of the University of the West Indies. This will provide us with important information on where the best sites for development might be. Geothermal energy can provide much more than just electricity for Dominica. It can be the catalyst for investments in the development of green hydrogen and ammonia production for export, and its byproducts can support investments in health and wellness centers, in aquaculture, greenhouses, agro-processing, and many other businesses. This is a part of Dominica's vision of a dynamic Dominica, with a diverse economy that provides jobs for all our people. The economic advancement of our people continues to be our focus. We view education as a basis for upward mobility of our citizens, and that is why this government has invested substantially in the education of our people. This government introduced not only universal access for secondary school, but also to tertiary schooling at the Dominica State College. Now, every student can earn an associate degree at the Dominica State College. Our one university graduate in every household policy has resulted in thousands of Dominicans being qualified at the graduate and postgraduate level. We have also invested in the redevelopment and upgrade of our schools' infrastructure across the country. Where people cannot get to the classroom, we have taken the classroom to them with the digital world. This standard of education, characterized by universal access, will propel Dominica forward. Since taking over the leadership of this country, ladies and gentlemen, this government moved to stabilize the macroeconomic environment and create a path for sustainable growth, notwithstanding the numerous climatic and exogenous shock events which have come ashore. As a result of our targeted policies and investments, we have seen the expansion of the agricultural sector, particularly in respect of non-traditional crops, horticulture, livestock, and fishing. Manufacturing, and in particular agro-processing, has not only increased sharply, but the quality of many of these products is well in line with international standards. These were on full display at the Botanic Gardens, at the T Village Creole, and many people said to me they did not realize that Dominica has such a wide range of products to offer and of such good quality. Never before in our history have we seen so many of our local products on the shelves of our supermarkets or available for consumption at our hotels and in other countries. This has been achieved with the support of this government, be it through tax concessions, concessional loans, and/or grants. With government's significant investments in the productive sectors, we have seen the emergence of numerous new entrepreneurs, including new agro-processors, farmers, hoteliers, service providers, and distributors. We have also witnessed an increase in the demand for Dominica's products, the expansion of existing businesses to respond to growth in demand, and thousands of sustainable jobs being created across the country as a result of these developments. There is no doubt that COVID-19 has been the biggest blow to and restraint on global economic growth. Combined with the war in Ukraine, the prices of food and fuel have increased substantially. These events have resulted in shortages of supplies, job losses, and hardship for billions of people across the world. In Dominica, even with the financial slowdowns and revenue losses, this government has kept the economy turning over by pursuing our capital projects. As a result, Dominica has one of the lowest rates of inflation in the Caribbean. On the other side of the economic coin, Dominica is now projected by the IMF and the World Bank to have a growth rate of 6% next year and having one of the region's most healthy economic growths this year. So we thank God for these things, my dear friends. This is further evidence that the economy of Dominica is safe and stable, that the people of Dominica are secure, and our country is still moving forward against the high winds of the global environment. The government of the Dominican Labour Party puts the people of this country first. All our policies and approaches have been geared toward advancing the country's progress and ensuring the well-being of our citizens. Our most important and unchanging aim is to protect the people of Dominica, improve their socio-economic circumstances, and afford every citizen a life of dignity. This is what we go to work to do every day. This is what keeps me going as your Prime Minister. We cannot always stop tragedy or disasters from happening, but we can and have ensured that the impacts on the citizens of Dominica are not felt as severely as they would be if this government was not protecting the people. It is through people-centered policies, such as those of this administration, that progress, safety, stability, and security are all achieved. Fellow citizens, guests, one of the lessons COVID-19 taught us is that social and economic stability and security are built on citizens' health. This government is on its way towards establishing Dominica as having the best healthcare system in the region. We have financed the training of dozens of doctors, nurses, and other medical personnel, created a number of new positions within the health service, increased the number and range of specialists available to provide healthcare nationally, commissioned new high-tech equipment to improve and expand diagnostic testing, built and upgraded several healthcare facilities, including 12 new health centers and 2 new hospitals, and 3 more health centers are being built. We have also established a hospitals authority for more effective delivery of high-quality care for our citizens. Amidst all of this, we have not increased the cost of healthcare to our citizens. In fact, this Dominican Labour Party administration was the first to exempt children under 18 and the elderly 60 and over from the payment of all hospital fees. We are also the first administration to provide extensive financial assistance to the vulnerable to meet the cost of local surgeries, and we have provided millions of dollars in assistance to Dominicans who needed to travel overseas for health services which are not yet available on island. Government's extensive revamping of the national healthcare system will achieve 2 broad objectives. It will take Dominica's healthcare for citizens to #1 in the Caribbean, and it will ensure that our people enjoy optimal health to maximize national opportunities. Your government has sought to secure our people in every sector and to stabilize each sector so as to achieve progress. The working conditions for public officers have been improved with the construction, repair, or upgrade of the High Court and Magistrate Courts, schools, fire stations, police stations, and other government buildings. We are firmly of the view that we cannot ask our public officers to give of the best without offering them good working conditions. Piece by piece, this initiative to improve the physical plant in the public service is being carried out. Training and improvement of conditions has also taken place at the sectoral level, and the extensive review of terms and conditions is creating a new deal for our nurses, teachers, and police officers. Not only are they working in improved physical plans, new positions have also been added, and overall conditions of service improved. As we move forward, number one, our greater stability and progress will be built on a high-performing public service. Our farmers and our fisherfolk are important contributors to our society, to our economy, to food and nutrition security. In recognition of that, the government has invested heavily in supporting their livelihoods. These investments are manifested in cash grants, training, the expansion of markets, the provision of boats of better quality, seeds and stock, chicks and feed, and emphasis has been placed on the value chain and high-yield crops and catches. The government is supporting a sector that will not only carry Dominica forward by contributing $700 million to the GDP by 2030, but in the process will result in us becoming a major player in regional food and nutrition security. To ensure we meet the set targets, government will continue providing essential support to the farming and fisheries sector. To support the entrenchment of a strong sense of identity, we have placed the welfare and well-being of our Kalinago brothers and sisters firmly in the center of our development thrust. In Kalinago communities, your government has addressed issues such as community improvement and resilience building, ensuring quality housing, health, educational, and tourism opportunities. Over 100 homes are currently being constructed. An emergency shelter will be built beginning the first quarter of next year. And a Kalinago Development Fund has been introduced by this government to provide funding to the Kalinagos to invest in development of the homes and businesses. Dear friends, it is not possible to create a strong foundation for progress unless a country addresses the issue of resilience of its infrastructure. In the face of the gravity of the climate crisis, one that this government and people of Dominica understand only too well, this administration has sought to improve national infrastructure and make it more resilient. We are upgrading and improving the water system. We have taken services underground in new communities to ensure continuity of service in the aftermath of extreme weather events. Bridges, roads, drainage, and access roads are being built, upgraded, or reinforced to ensure they are able to withstand adverse events without collapse. We have done this in communities all over Dominica, from the city of Roseau to rural communities. Housing the nation has been one of the foremost priorities, and while COVID has impacted the construction rate of a projected target of 5,000 new homes, so far, over 2,000 homes have been built for our people here in Dominica. This is a clear signal of this government's commitment to improving the living standards, safety, and security of our people. There are new housing developments in every community in Dominica that are built in safe areas and that meet resilient standards to withstand hurricanes and earthquakes. Our people are comfortable and happy in those homes, but most importantly, they are safe. We want to achieve 90% resilient housing by 2030. And in addition to new homes being built, we have provided grant support to thousands of Dominicans to improve, upgrade, and construct their own homes. These investments and initiatives of your government are the hallmark of safety, security, stability, and continuing progress. My dear friends, as a cricketing nation and addressing you on the grounds where international cricket has been played, you will understand if I use a cricketing analogy. Across the world, governments and citizens are considering the field of play. The uncertainties of this era are not glorious. They have put the global community into a period of fear and anxiety. We in Dominica must look at how the ball is turning and prepare to play it to the maximum effect. Inherent in this is the very essence of independence, which requires a small island state to craft a platform for its survival in the worst of global times and for its success in a time of great uncertainty. While we cannot predict the future, we can say with certainty that we have put and are putting everything in place to achieve regional and international success and new levels of well-being and comfort for our people. We may not always be able to move forward as fast and as far as we would like. We must keep on the alert, particularly if there is a coming global recession, as some economists are predicting. Much of what we can do depends on what is happening at the global level. But you can be assured that your government will continue to be prudent in the management of the country's affairs. Now is a time for stability, for experience, and to hold steady. We believe that the vision for Dynamic Dominica is sound, and the elements of this vision remain very relevant. In the last 3 years of this administration, and despite the global turbulence, this government has fulfilled many of its commitments for the achievement of a more dynamic social and economic space and climate. By reviewing what we have accomplished, your government has concluded that with continued work and steadiness, Dominica can become a Caribbean leader and a global player. We now wish to share with you some elements that are really an expansion of our vision of Dynamic Dominica as a leading country in the Caribbean. The foundation has been set. The building blocks have been cemented in. Now we must stay the course. We are executing a national vision that is leading towards the empowerment, resilience, and prosperity of our people. A future in tourism. In this next phase, this government will create more opportunities and jobs for our people. We'll continue to invest in the tourism sector, arrivals for which have been increasing and looking promising. The training programs that we have been offering will equip Dominicans to take on the jobs in the tourism industry at the major hotels which government has attracted and in which we have invested. It is to be noted that tourism opened the doors to a wide range of actors, from the Kanalogo community showcasing our indigenous culture, to the expansion of our festivals, to scope for small and large tour operators, to opportunities for those with restaurants and spas, those making juices or producing organic products, to fishermen and farmers. The new international airport, now underway, is expected to bring high returns on investments, jobs, business opportunities, entrepreneurship opportunities, new openings for communities to offer Airbnb-type accommodation for cottage industries and community-based activities. The investment in this airport will go well beyond the tourism sector and will benefit all Dominicans. My dear friends, the farming, fisheries, and tourism sectors are an essential fit with each other. We are giving our fishermen and farmers the resources to make a decent living through the expansion of their businesses and our national capacity. Under this government, new markets for farmers and fishers will present themselves in 3 ways. First, through sales to nationals with more spending power as the economy grows. Second, through a vibrant local tourism market needing food for hotel guests and restaurant patrons. And third, through export opportunities which contribute to regional food and nutrition security. Therefore, this government will continue to provide the required technical and, as far as possible, financial support to ensure that Dominica's goods and services are well in line with international standards and can compete on the regional and international markets, thereby creating greater opportunities for our products and increased market share. People's security is not merely about enhancing physical security. It is about comfort and dignity for our citizens. In this regard, the special regimes we have put in place for youth training, contribution to property ownership, sports and education for youth will reap dividends and prepare our youth for a prosperous future, one far more comfortable than the parents enjoyed and beyond the grasp of the grandparents. The Dominica of past generations is a long way away from Dominica of today. Our investments in young people is geared at giving them the best opportunities in life to encourage talented and gifted young people to stay in Dominica and use their training and skills to help build up the country that has helped build them up. My dear friends, brothers and sisters, COVID-19 accelerated the transition of the digital economy in Dominica, as it did across the world, from the provision of online banking services to recreational activity, to the way we stay in contact, to medical examination and services, and a range of activities that we never previously thought could be delivered online. This has hastened the necessity for government to accelerate the delivery of services, including education and training services to citizens via electronic platforms. Such delivery enhances our competitiveness in the region and places government services more quickly, effectively, and easily within the reach of all Dominicans. The digital thrust in Dominica is being achieved, and we are preparing our citizens to become global entrepreneurs who share what Dominica has to offer with the world and earn foreign exchange in the process. Well managed, the digital economy is a potentially lucrative area for businesses and citizens, particularly Dominica's bright young people who so swiftly and successfully assimilate the intricacies of digital platforms and navigate the digital world. The government, through its digital economy program, will accelerate this area of economic activity and growth and continue training our people to participate in the gig economy. The infrastructure, housing, and construction sectors have become lead actors in the economic activity in our country. They are pivotal to building our resilience against external shocks and enabling us to bounce back quicker. This is not only vital for our people and economy, it is central to job creation and as a fillip to economic growth. Our new international airport and expanded seaports will be major planks of this policy direction in national infrastructural development. As we have always been, this government continues to be responsive to the needs of our people in the best times and in worst of times. As we navigate through this period of global crisis, I will now announce some measures that are designed to cushion the impact on our people. Safety for seniors. This government has put in place a package of benefits for seniors that is unprecedented. Dominica's seniors are entitled to health care and medication at no cost to them and will now be given a better community-based health care network. To support our seniors, this government also introduced the payment of a non-contributory pension to persons aged 70 and over. Government recognizes, however, that there are several vulnerable people between the ages of 65 and 70 who are retired, do not qualify for Social Security pension, and are not yet eligible for the government non-contributory pension. We will now extend support to that age group, my dear ladies and gentlemen. Effective January 2023, individuals between the ages of 65 and 70 who are not in receipt of a pension will be eligible to receive the non-contributory pension. We will also increase the pension amount of $300 a month by 5% effective January 2023. In addition, for retired public officers receiving a government contributory pension, we have listened to your several calls for government to put in place a system similar to the Dominican Social Security pension scheme, which provides for increases in pension in response to inflation. Currently, government pensions received upon retirement are fixed until death or transition to the Social Security system. Therefore, government is in the process of engaging a consultant to review the current pension system and make recommendations which will result in a more robust system. And I have no doubt that you will see a change in how your pensions are treated in the government system come fiscal year 2023. So pensioners, we have heard you, we have listened, and we're acting to address your concern. My dear friends, as we build a dynamic, resilient Dominica, we must continue our efforts to protect and maintain our natural environment. Together as a government and as a country, we must continue to plant trees, beautify our communities, and keep our surroundings clean. Several community groups, businesses, and individuals have been assisting in maintaining a clean and green Dominica. However, much more can be done by those of us who reside in this country. Government has been playing its part by engaging road maintenance contractors and individuals under the National Employment Program, the NEP, to clean and beautify our nature isle. And when this program was introduced, it was ready to allow for every village in Dominica to be an attraction in itself. And I really want to commend the NEP under the beautification program for the tremendous job you're doing in this country, keeping our country clean and beautiful. Effective January 2023, we will go one step further by increasing the number of work days for people engaged under the NEP from 3 days to 5 days. And of course, you will see an increase in your wages. And no longer will you have 6 months contracts, but from January 2023, you will be given 2-year contracts, so better able to go to the banks and financial institutions. Fellow citizens, guests, a country cannot build strong and effective governance structures without an engaged and well-trained public service. As an incentive to meritorious performance, beginning next year, government will offer the annual Dominica Public Service Awards. These should be competitive awards for which people can be nominated by the departments or agencies or by members of the public. There will be an award in each service stream, including police and fire officers, nursing, teaching service, general administration, and ancillary services. We continue to encourage the heads of departments to make recommendations for the permanent appointment of officers who have been acting in positions for extended periods, where there are vacancies. Some 673 public officers have received permanent appointments over the last 2 years. But there are 2 concerns which have been raised by officers regarding acting appointments. One, officers acting in positions with fixed salaries, that is, positions with no increments, only receive 75% of the difference between the officer's substantive basic salary and the basic salary for the higher position. And 2, the gratuity for officers acting for extended periods immediately prior to retirement or resignation is computed on the average basic salary for the last 3 years. To address these issues, we effect from January 1, 2023, a public officer or a police officer who has been acting in a position with a fixed scale for more than 12 consecutive months will receive 90% of the difference between the officer's substantive basic salary and the basic salary for the higher position. In addition, for the officers qualifying under the provisions of the Pensions Act, Chapter 2380, regulations will be made to allow for the following. For the purposes of the computation of gratuity and pension for officers, the definition of salary will include the acting allowance received if that officer's resignation or retirement is immediately preceded by an unbroken period of an acting appointment in the same established position for a period of 36 months or more. Salary will also be defined to encompass the acting allowance received, where an officer's resignation or retirement is immediately preceded by an acting appointment and a permanent appointment in the same position for an unbroken period of 36 months or more. This new policy will apply to all qualifying officers retiring or resigning from the public service with effect from January 1, 2023. In addition, I have highlighted on numerous occasions the need for supervisors with the public service to complete their subordinates' appraisals in a timely manner so that officers could receive their increments on time. Most supervisors have heeded the call, while a few are still lagging behind or are no longer in the public service. Government has therefore taken a decision to pay all increments that have not been paid for the calendar year 2021 and prior because EARDERs have not yet been done. We will begin paying these increments from December 2022. So in other words, you will not need to have the EARDs to get your increments. I think it's unfair to the officers who have been denied of the increments. And so, come December, this is no longer a problem for so many public officers. In 2019, we promised a better deal for public officers. This included better opportunities for teachers, police officers, fire officers, nurses, and others. The reclassification of the public service to ensure that salaries are more equitable has been at the forefront of public service reform over the last 3 years. I am pleased to report that a job analysis and job evaluation exercise has been completed in collaboration with all unions representing the public service. 442 established positions evaluated have been recommended for an adjustment in classification level. While we are finalizing the full cost of implementation, government remains fully committed to implementing the reclassification in the new financial year with effect from July 1, 2023. Additionally, the review of the primary school system has been completed, as was done for the secondary school teachers. Creation of new positions of deputy principal and senior qualified teachers have been approved and will take effect from January 1, 2023 for all primary schools in our country. Under the present system, Dominica's police officers are required to work for 6 days, after which they receive 2 rest days. However, with the high demand for the services of the police during and in the aftermath of the 2 recent major disasters, Tropical Storm Erica and Hurricane Maria in 2015 and 2017, followed by the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 and 2021, and of course, the usual Wednesday walk around town, many of the public officers have not received the accumulated rest days. This matter has been raised by the officers and investigated. Government has been advised that allowing the officers to take all the accumulated rest days, which amount to over 50 days in some instances, would disrupt the operations of the police service. Government has therefore taken the extraordinary decision to pay the police officers for the rest days accumulated up to June 30, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that Dominicans who reside abroad love their country and want to contribute to its development. They also want to have savings for the later years. The government will therefore promote and issue a Dominica investment bond. This will not only raise funds which will allow Dominicans abroad to support the national infrastructural and general development of the country, but it will also give them the opportunity to save money for their senior years and support investments in land or property and businesses in Dominica. and pay for the children's university education. And so we look forward to the diaspora playing their part by investing in these bonds. But my dear friends, before I end, I wish to take this opportunity to address the issue of electoral reform. We made a commitment to the Dominican people in 2019 that we would engage an independent party to look at the issues raised about electoral reform. We acted promptly in engaging Sir Dennis Byron, former President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, former Chief Justice of the OACS Supreme Court, and Privy Councillor, to serve as sole commissioner to investigate and advise on the issues. While the government engaged him, Sir Dennis does not report to the government. The Electoral Commission has been the coordinator of the activities of Sir Dennis, and he has been working very closely with the Commission in carrying out his responsibilities. At the request of the Electoral Commission, government made additional funding available to the Commission to enable the drafting of new bills to address changes to strengthen our electoral laws. We expect that when the process has been completed and the draft bills approved by the Electoral Commission, they will be shared with the government, opposition, and other stakeholders for consideration. While we recognize that our electoral laws have allowed for proper conduct of our elections since our independence, as with everything, there is always room for improvement. We therefore look forward to receiving and implementing the recommendations from this exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that all that we have achieved have not been achieved alone. The Almighty God has guided us through every twist and turn, and we are truly grateful. We give God all the praises and thanks. All the praises and thanks. You know, I say to some people sometimes that I believe God is Dominican because he has been so good to us. So many adversities, so many challenges, yet still we are standing strong as a people, as a nation, because of the blessings of God. And so when God blesses you, no man can curse you, and therefore nobody can curse our country, Dominica. You know, I am preparing for my second job, I told you, be a minister of the religion. And I know all of you come to my church. We also want to express gratitude to our many friends and partners who have stood with Dominica and supported us, particularly in our darkest days. Many of you, dear ambassadors, senior officials, and representatives are celebrating with us today. And you have journeyed to Dominica to stand in solidarity with us. Let me say to you very sincerely, we appreciate your presence here with us today, your commitment to Dominica and your support. We say thank you profusely and profoundly to all of you, your countries and your organizations who have believed in us and who have stood with us. Many, many thanks to you. We acknowledge as well the dedicated service our public officers, police officers, the private sector, NGOs, and all Dominicans. So much more can be achieved if we work together, hand in hand, for the development of Dominica. There is really no reason for discord in this small country. There is no reason for disunity in this country. And so let us embrace peace, let us embrace love, let us embrace unity, let's embrace togetherness so we can build a more prosperous society where every one of us can enjoy the benefits of the bounty of this great Lord. And so, brothers and sisters, I have outlined just a few initiatives on which Dominica's future stability and security will be based, and some of the corrective measures to ease the burdens citizens are carrying. This government has placed all our love, loyalty, and skills in the service of this country and people. We have had high seas, but our destination is a stable, secure, safe, prosperous, dynamic Dominica. I know it has been tough, but we have together achieved much. I invite all Dominicans at home and abroad to join us in this journey. This ship is yours. It belongs to all of us. We are captain, crew, and passengers. Let us work in one accord to reach our destination and enjoy what awaits us there. We in Dominica are on the journey of national development. We are rising to a top place in the Caribbean. We have seen trials and challenges in the past 44 years, but we have also seen clear, steady, transformational progress that should cause us all to sing the verse of that great hymn. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Grace will lead us home in Dominica, my dear friends. United as one Dominica, one people, one vision, we mark this 44th anniversary with a sense of gratitude, grace, stability, security, progress, and humility. The journey of this nation and its people continues on God's ordained path, knowing that whatever lies ahead, we as a people are in the hands of God and capable of taking this blessed nation forward to 45 and to 50 and to 60. In so doing, we hold fast to the promise made in Jeremiah. And I quote, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you, plans to give you hope and a bright future." I believe what the Lord has said, and I accept what the Lord has said about Dominica. And these things will come to pass, will continue to come to pass in our country. Happy Independence, Dominica. Happy Independence to all. Dominica, Dominicans, may God bless you. Isle of beauty, Isle of splendor. Our great nation, Dominica. Happy Independence to you. Thank you. God bless. Much love and affection.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Prime Minister for these words of hope, inspiration, and comfort for the days ahead, and the reflections on the accomplishments that we have had as a nation. And I dare say that you have already started your job as a minister today. I now invite the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, His Excellency Charles Angelo Savrin, to invest with the Medal of Honor on those persons whom honors have been bestowed for rendering meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. Today I will be assisted by Mrs. Dion Durant-Smith, Press Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister. Dominica Award of Honor by His Excellency Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica, now therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savrin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confirm on you the dignity and honor of the Dominica Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Honorable Reginald Austri, whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica as a Minister of Government for 22 years and as a community leader and cultural enthusiast, and whereas you entered electoral politics in 1990, citing as your inspiration your natural love for people and the mentoring and guidance you received from the late Mike and Rosie Douglas, and have used your leadership skills to mobilize community development efforts. And whereas, as a politician and government minister, you have contributed to the implementation of national policies to improve the lives and living conditions of citizens through the provision of educational opportunities and the creation of employment. Of Dominica's housing program to upgrade quality homes for thousands of Dominicans. And whereas you previously served as Minister with responsibility for agriculture, food and fisheries, energy, communications, works, lands, telecommunications, and water resource management, and since 2019 as the Senior Minister in the Government of Dominica, and whereas you worked as a lab technician at Ross University for 18 years, helping to open the door for many who became employed there, was actively involved in several vibrant community groups and organizations, such as the Cottage Youth Movement, and was instrumental in organizing village feasts and other events to generate economic activity within the community. And whereas you helped keep Dominica's culture alive, initiating cultural events during the independence season, and setting the example by participating in the Patois song competition and Mazouk, waltz, heel and toe, and quadrille cultural dances. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Dominica Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the government, to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Cicero Award of Honor for meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by His Excellency Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to Dr. Donald C. Peters, Mrs. Gloria M. Dodd Shillingford, His Excellency Ambrose V. George, Christus Vadicus, and Eric George Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica, now therefore I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. To Dr. Donald C. Peters. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the fields of higher education, public administration, and healthcare administration. And whereas through your selfless service and exceptional leadership, you created opportunities through admission and financial aid for many Dominican students to pursue educational opportunities. And whereas you held a number of senior positions in education management in the United States of America, Bermuda, and the Eastern Caribbean, including higher education administrator, health services coordinator, university vice chancellor, consultant, and advisor to foreign governments and international agencies, and international cricket administrator. And whereas you held senior administrative positions at several United States universities, including University of Minnesota, University of Massachusetts, University of Mississippi, Wright State University, Ohio, and SUNY Plattsburgh, and later as the president of College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts in Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas you have served as president of the Dominica State College since 2010, increasing enrollment to approximately 2,000, and have increased the articulation agreements from 5 to 41 with international colleges and universities, and introduced new certification courses and first degrees in biology, English, business administration, and teacher education. And whereas you have played an important advisory role as a member of the Dominica Hospital Authority to facilitate the transition to the new administrative structure, and now serves as a board member of the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Mrs. Gloria M. Dodds Schillingford. Whereas you, Gloria Marilyn Dodds Schillingford, affectionately known as Teacher Glo, have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica for over 40 years as an educator. And whereas you rose to the level of principal of the St. Andrews High School and served as a trustee of the Dominica Association of Teachers and past board member of the Marigot Credit Union and Secretary General in the Office of UNESCO Dominica. And whereas you entered electoral politics in 2005 and served as a senator in the House of Assembly and Minister of Social Services, Community Development and Gender Affairs, and as parliamentary representative of the Wesley constituency from 2014 to 2019. And whereas you have been a long-serving steward of the Wesley Methodist Church and initiated and helped organize many community events and activities, including Waterfest, Princess Shows, and Calypso Shows. And whereas you continue to serve in your retirement as a Justice of the Peace and community liaison officer for the construction of the international airport. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. His Excellency Ambrose V. George. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica as an agriculturist and a member of Parliament, and having held several ministerial posts in service to the government and people of Dominica, and whereas you have had a distinguished career in the field of agriculture, first as an agricultural extension officer, and then agricultural officer of the Division of Agriculture, with responsibility for the supervision of the division's machinery, biogas development, solar energy, and Irish potato production. And whereas, through your manual on greenhouse technology, produced jointly with the Small Projects Assistance Team in 2002, and your efforts to create the Dominica Organic Farmers Association, as well as a field research officer, you have provided valuable support to our farmers at the community level. And whereas as a project manager of the Coconut Development Project at Baff Estate in the 1980s, you oversaw the construction of access road and copra drying houses and the supply of farm inputs to coconut farmers around Dominica, and later served as General Manager of the Dominica Banana Marketing Corporation from 1989 to 1991. And whereas, as an elected Member of Parliament for the Roseau South constituency, you held ministerial portfolios to include information, telecommunications and constituency empowerment, public works and public utilities, industry, enterprise development and physical planning, finance and economic planning. And whereas you continue to serve the government and people of Dominica as Dominica's ambassador to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Dominica's representative to the Executive Board of Directors of ALBA in Venezuela. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Christus Vadikos. Whereas you, Christus Vadikos, have been a champion for the development of Dominica through your steadfast representation in international relations and investment, and whereas in 2007, you acted as a special advisor in maritime affairs to the Commonwealth of Dominica, and you currently serve as honorary consul for the Commonwealth of Dominica in the Hellenic Republic for just over a decade. And through these 2 assignments, you have fearlessly and tirelessly been one of the voices of Dominica in the international community, promoting our resilience agenda as your own personal cause. And whereas, through your experience as President of the Consular Corps in Greece since 2018, your association with the Athens Bar Association, and your active membership in the World Federation of Consuls, you have helped promote and expand Dominica's Citizenship by Investment program and facilitated our accelerated recovery from recent shocks and crises. Therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Eric George Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica as a businessman and investor, and whereas you have contributed to the development of communities in the north of the island through the establishment of 3 businesses, Silverline in car rental, Silverline in apartment rentals, Eric Supercenter Supermarket, and contributed significantly to the tourism industry by expanding your business to the newly constructed Flamboyant Hotel in Roseau. And whereas with these businesses you have been able to provide employment to a number of people, and that before the establishment of your businesses you exhibited a spirit of industry through your work in construction and as a huckster for 15 years. And whereas you served as a member of the board of directors of the Bakers Credit Union, and you are a member of the Paybush Baptist Church, assisting to build and furnish the institution. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Cicero Award of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Please give another round of applause to all of our Cicero awardees.
Madame, ça c'est moun qui t'appelle honneur, Cicero Award of Honor.
Meritorious Service Award for meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by His Excellency Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. 2, Tai Dengwe, Esquire, Leo Lichi, Esquire, Jiang Wei, Esquire, of Yunnan Construction Engineering Group Limited. Linworth Coffee, Esquire, Andrew Carter, Esquire, TK International, Oswald Savre, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica, now therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. To Yunnan Construction Engineering Group Limited, Kai Diangwei, Esquire, Leo Lichi, Esquire, Wang Wei, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by giving faithful and committed services in the development and construction of key public infrastructure in Dominica. And whereas from 2017, Yunnan Construction Engineering Group Limited, through the efforts of Mr. Kai Dangwei, Mr. Liu Lichi, and Mr. Wang Wei, have given exceptional service to the people of Dominica through the construction of the new, modern, fully equipped Dominica-China Friendship Hospital. And notwithstanding the passage of Hurricane Maria in 2017 and the COVID-19 pandemic, have been able to deliver the facility on time. And whereas Mr. Kai, as chairman of Yunnan Construction Engineering Group Limited, you have provided financial and logistical support for more than 6 years to ensure that the project is successfully completed to high quality and resilient standards. And whereas Mr. Leo, the head supervisor of the Dominica-China Friendship Project, you have efficiently coordinated and managed the construction of the project and the efficient procurement of material and personnel allocation, especially during the reconstruction period after Hurricane Maria and the advent of COVID-19. And whereas, Mr. Jiang, you comprehensively manage the construction and support activities through the project's life cycle, ensuring adherence to structural designs and specifications, and liaising with the project management unit and hospital staff to maintain the quality, safety, and progress of the project. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. To Linworth Coffee, Esquire. Whereas you have given faithful and dedicated service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the field of agriculture, and whereas you served as junior minister in the Ministry of Agriculture during the interim government of 1979 and initiated the construction of the Montfragad Road, Hotel Road, Mocher Pier Road, and the Monjon Heights Road to create better transportation links and access for farmers. And whereas you have provided support to farmers in various roles, including as a founding member of the Rivier Syric Farmers Cooperative, helping to build the Rivier Syric boxing plant to accommodate banana farmers, as a member of the district branch representing farmers from Atkinson to Delicis, and have served on the boards of the Dominica Banana Marketing Corporation, DBMC, and the Dominica Banana Growers Association, the Dominica Producers Association, and the National Fair Trade Group of Dominica. And whereas you are one of the largest banana growers in Dominica during the late 1980s into the mid-1990s, producing over 13,000 boxes a year and assisting farmers in the Eastern District by purchasing their produce for export to the Leeward Islands. And whereas you were a founding member of the Yard Cooperative to assist individuals to acquire land for farming on the Newfoundland estate, and served on the Monjon Rivier Syric Village Council, and as a member of the St. David's Cooperative Credit Union Board of Directors for over 25 years. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. To Andrew Andy Carter, Esquire. Whereas you have provided long and meritorious service to the development of Dominica in the area of sports commentary and sports development, and whereas through your enthusiasm, selflessness, and deep passion for sports, you have helped develop interest in the various disciplines and assisted with the advancement of the sector in Dominica. And whereas you began your commentary in 1983 for the sport of cricket, and over the years you have skillfully and vividly broadcasted highlights of cricket matches in Dominica and in the region, and your commentary skills have extended to netball and basketball matches and stirred excitement and eagerness among listeners locally, regionally, and internationally. And whereas you, as a tennis coach who has organized several youth summer programs to assist in the development of the sport and have led Dominican teams to participate in regional tennis competitions. And whereas you have also actively championed the preservation and promotion of Dominica's arts and culture through participation in carnival bands and the independence festivities, and have won the individual costume prize for Carnival for 15 years, and continue to share your expertise as a Calypso commentator. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. TK International. Whereas you, TK International, commonly known as Triple K, since 1999, has been stellar in your dedicated service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in entertainment and culture. And whereas you have distinguished yourself in Dominica and globally by producing a special brand of rhythmic music, earning you the awards of Booyah Road Match, Cadas Musical Torch by Dompro, Band of the Year, and a Golden Drum Award. And whereas you have selflessly promoted Dominica in the biggest Caribbean festivals in France and around the world, and at carnivals and festivals around the region, at festivals in Belgium and Amsterdam, and collaborated with numerous regional entertainers to produce many hit songs. And your lead vocalist has been appointed as a cultural ambassador for the Commonwealth of Dominica. And whereas you use your music to bring joy to many Dominicans, soothe their pain and lift their spirit after a crisis, Tropical Storm Erica, Hurricane Maria, and most recently during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Oswald Savre, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica through your outstanding contribution to the development and administration of sports for 19 years as sports coordinator and a public officer for 40 years, and whereas you are widely regarded as a pioneer in sports development in Dominica from your many years spent as a specialist physical education teacher and sports master at the Dominica Grammar School, coaching the school's sporting teams to a number of championship wins and nurturing many of the outstanding sportsmen and women of that era. And whereas you were one of the earliest qualified physical education teachers in Dominica, having earned a certificate in education in the field of physical education in the United Kingdom in 1974, and was appointed at the Dominica Grammar School as specialist teacher of physical education and sports master in 1974, deputy principal in 1989, and acting principal for a short period in the 1980s. And whereas you obtained your postgraduate diploma in physical education and in 1989 a Master of Education degree at the University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom, and several coaching and sports administration qualifications. And whereas through your unwavering efforts and yearning for excellence as sports coordinator, you molded young sportsmen and women to championships in various sporting disciplines, locally, regionally, and internationally. Produced the first draft sports policy, which is considered as a reference document up to today. Conceived the School Sports Awards and the National Sports Awards to honor exceptional sporting talents. And whereas you were a founding member of the Dominica Amateur Athletics Association, and through your efforts, Dominica was accepted as a member of the International Olympic Community, and you chaired the Carifta Games Committee and served as president of the Dominica Table Tennis and Dominica Volleyball Associations. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Meritorious Service Award, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this 3rd day of November, 2022. I now invite you to give another round of applause to all of our Meritorious Service awardees. I now invite Mrs. Dion Dura-Smith to present the Services Medal of Honor citations.
Service Medal of Honor for meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by His Excellency Charles Angelo Savrin, DAH, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. To Abilities Unlimited, Mrs. Sotera Regina Walsh, Hayford Laffor Esquire, Meryl Wallace Esquire, Joseph A. Russell Esquire, Theodore Remy Esquire, Mrs. Corina M. Laville, née Romain, Ian Jackson Esquire, Mrs. Vanya Elwa, and Julian Uzeb Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica, now therefore I, Charles Angelo Savrin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. To Abilities Unlimited. Whereas Abilities Unlimited has contributed to the development of Dominica by working with persons who are differently abled since 1964, and whereas through your specialized training programs, you inspire the differently abled in Dominica to be productive, self-reliant, and confident, and to live fulfilling lives, and you engender a culture of tolerance, inclusion, respect, and love for the differently abled. And whereas you have advanced the art of craft making, producing an array of dazzling craft products such as picnic baskets, shopping bags, handheld fans, clutch purses, baby cribs, and waste paper baskets. And whereas you continue to promote the use of indigenous materials such as vetiver, dried coconut leaves, and screw pine in the creation of quality products such as floor mats, placemats, and your signature Creole lady in the Wab duet, ensuring the preservation of this important aspect of our tradition. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savrin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. To Mrs. Sotera Regina Walsh. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the fields of arts and culture, sports, and community enhancement. And whereas for almost 20 years you have served as a councillor, represented Ward 4, and was presented with the Mayor's Award in 2009 for Most Outstanding Councillor. And whereas you have dedicated yourself to the development of the sport of netball, first as a player, then as administrator, and now as president of the Dominica Netball Association. And you successfully managed the organization of Eastern Caribbean States and Eastern Caribbean Central Bank 2nd edition International Netball Series in Dominica. And whereas you have served as manager of the women's senior football team, the senior men's football team, and as a coordinator for women's cricket, working closely with the Dominica Cricket Association. And whereas in your contribution to culture, you have coached and chaperoned many contestants for national and regional pageants since 1981, winning 9 National Queen, 3 Miss Wub Duet, and 2 Madam Wub Duet titles. And whereas your dedication to the arts and culture earns you the Golden Drum Award in 2016 for the promotion of pageantry. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Hayford Lafont, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the fields of sport and community development, and whereas you have been instrumental in the development of the Bath Estate community, and from 1983 you selflessly served as the Public Relations Officer of the Bath Estate Development Committee for 5 consecutive terms. And whereas in the late 1990s you wholeheartedly gave outstanding service by developing the Bath Estate playing field, where for 12 years you led the Bath Estate Football League, enhanced the community center, and maintained the ravines, drains, and bridge to uplift the environment, and led the organization of the first ever Fête La Coudoué in Bath Estate. And whereas as a sportsman and sports enthusiast, you were a football referee for many years, represented Dominica in Windward Islands cricket in 1969, formed part of the national football team in the 1970s, coached many youths of Bath Estate in table tennis, and represented Dominica as a table tennis coach at the Commonwealth Games in 2014 in Glasgow, Scotland. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Mr. Merrill Wallace, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by your steadfast and outstanding contribution in the telecommunications sector and in community development. And whereas for 31 years you served as a leader of quality telecommunications services at Cable and Wireless, playing a critical role in the installation of fiber optic cable in Dominica and the establishment and development of the Cable and Wireless Portsmouth branch, which you managed. And whereas you have provided guidance and leadership to many young professionals to advance their careers in telecommunications, and as an entrepreneur in the town of Portsmouth, where you have provided employment for many. And whereas, as a religious leader, you continue to serve your community through spiritual leadership, counseling, and the provision of financial aid to deprived families. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Joseph Russell, Esquire. Whereas you have provided dedicated service as an educator and community leader in the Woodford Hill community, and whereas you served from 1970 as a teacher and was appointed principal in 1985, working at Sineku, Bells, Woodford Hill, Wesley, and Marigot. And whereas you have been an active community leader, sportsman, and sports administrator, and have worked as an adult education facilitator, youth group leader, executive officer of the Woodford Hill Farmers Group, and coordinator of the Woodford Hill Reunion Committee. And whereas you were a cultural leader for over 20 years, helping to preserve and promote Dominica's culture, specializing in traditional dance. And whereas after retirement, you were elected to serve on the village council, and you are currently in your 3rd term as chairman and have been appointed as a justice of the peace. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Service Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. To Theodore Remy, Esquire. Whereas you have given faithful and selfless service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the area of community development as a counselor from the year 1987. And whereas you served as counselor of the Tebow Village Council for over 35 years, 5 of which you spent as chairperson, and was instrumental in initiating and completing several development projects in Tebow. And whereas through committed efforts, you were able to revamp the Tebow Village Feast to provide your community with a means to generate income. And whereas you served the people of the North as a bus driver and was a contracted driver for the Ross University School of Medicine for 23 years, and you were praised for your dedication, reliability, and trustworthiness. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Service Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order, by this my warrant, that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. To Mrs. Corina Lavelle. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by giving dedicated and outstanding service in the field of education for 41 years, 30 of which was at the Massac Kenfield Primary School. And whereas throughout your teaching career you displayed a high level of commitment and dedication in molding the hearts and minds of students entrusted to your care, and applied the sound management and leadership principles as principal, inspiring the teachers in your supervision to pursue higher qualifications. And whereas under your stewardship as principal, the Massac, Kenfield, and Warner primary schools made significant strides at the Grade 6 national assessments, and you engendered a passion for reading and writing among your students, ensuring your schools' libraries were refurbished and brought up to standard. And whereas you have been an active member of your community and taught the literacy program for many years in Massac, provided free instruction in the English language to members of the Haitian community, and was a devout churchgoer who served as a catechist for 50 years, a choir member, and communion minister. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, to grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Government of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Ian Jackson, Esquire. Whereas you have served with dedication and selflessness in education and culture, and whereas driven by your passion for poetry and creative writing, you have taught and inspired hundreds in English and English literature as a teacher at the St. Mary's Academy, and conducted workshops for over 40 years in creative writing, especially in your capacity as founder and president of the Dominica Writers Guild, developing a cadre of creative writers in Dominica in the process. And whereas for over 4 decades you have further added vitality and richness to our culture with your 3 booklets of poetry, and as a dramatist, musician, calypsonian, and songwriter, for participants in the Junior Monarch and National Calypso competitions and other song contests. And whereas through your unmatched talent in creative writing, you have won the National Poetry Competition a 7 times record, won the DBS Christmas Song Contest 5 successive times, and have earned the top awards such as the World Golden Poet of 1990, the Lifetime Achievement Award for Literary Arts in 1999, and the Golden Drum Award of 2013. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Mrs. Vania Nazarene Elwa. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica as an educator for many years in the Eastern District, and whereas you served as a teacher from 1978, a specialist teacher in home economics, was principal at the Jones Beaupierre, Dalis, and Montjean primary schools, and from 2013 to 2019, you were Learning Support Advisor in the Ministry of Education for the Eastern District. And whereas you have a distinguished record of community involvement, offering classes in food and nutrition, adult education classes, and have served as a member of the Coolery Cultural Group, the La Plaine Carnival Organizing Committee, the Board of Directors and the Credit Committee of the former Southeast Credit Union, the Southeast Sports Committee, and as a lay minister in pastoral care in the Catholic Church for the past 15 years. And whereas you now serve as a member of the La Plaine Village Council, as the Public Relations Officer of the Communication and Information Dissemination Committee of the La Plaine Disaster Management Committee, as a member of the Consumer Relations Committee of the Independent Regulatory Commission, IRC, serving the parish of St. Patrick, and as a Justice of the Peace. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Julian Uzeb, Esquire. Whereas you have rendered faithful service to the Commonwealth of Dominica through your committed efforts to develop the agriculture sector, and whereas you first began your career as a plant propagator attached to the La Plaine Agricultural Center in 1975, and was promoted to supervisor of operations at the La Plaine Agricultural Center, a position you functioned in from 1977 to 2012. And whereas during your tenure at the station, you experimented with the propagation of many different plants, especially citrus, to provide Dominican farmers with quality plants for their holdings. and under your supervision, the center improved and expanded operations to include the rearing of livestock. And whereas, as a farmer, you contributed to the agriculture economy of our country by producing numerous crops for local consumption and export, such as bananas, plantains, yams, dashing, tanya, sweet potatoes, oranges, grapefruits, and avocados, and regularly supplied Dexia and local hucksters with top quality produce. And whereas upon your retirement, you continue to work full-time as a farmer, and you are now the largest plantain farmer in the Southeast, also growing a wide variety of other crops for the domestic and export market. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid, by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Services Medal of Honor, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, a final round of applause for the awardees who have received the Services Medal of Honor for 2022.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Deondura Smith. Long Service Award for meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by His Excellency Charles Angelo Savre, DAH, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, to Mrs. Ursula Peter, Mrs. Helen Jean Gilbert, and Mrs. Maria Moise. Whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica, now therefore I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Long Service Medal, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Mrs. Ursula Peter, whereas you have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the field of early childhood education for over 45 years, and whereas you have contributed selflessly toward the development of early childhood education in the communities of Dublin and Bioche, and your role as a principal you performed with dedication and distinction, and your genuine concern for the early development of children continues to be a source of inspiration to others. And whereas you have served your religious community as catechist for over 20 years and continue to voluntarily serve your community in many aspects, such as President of the St. Vincent de Paul. And whereas you remain an early childhood educator, continuing to impart your skills and teachings for the betterment of the members of your community. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Long Service Medal, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Mrs. Helen Jean Gilbert. Whereas you, Mrs. Helen Jean Gilbert, affectionately known as Nurse Gilbert, have rendered long and dedicated service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in nursing and community development. And whereas, commencing since your graduation in 1988, as the first Cuban graduate from your community in nursing, you continue to provide efficient and selfless service to persons in the Portsmouth Health District, particularly at the Reginald Fitzroy Armour RFA Hospital, and in the communities of Penville, Vilcaz, and Anzime. And whereas for the past 45 years, you have been a stalwart community leader with unmatched ability to motivate the youth, serving your community diligently and tirelessly in countless leadership roles, such as facilitator of the first adult education program in Penville, youth leader of various community youth groups, member of the Red Cross group in Penville, and serving as a leader on various committees in the Catholic Church in the parish of St. Andrew. And whereas you have so actively contributed to the economic development of your community as a leading producer of locally made wines, punches, plantain chips, and floral wreaths, all made with materials sourced from local vendors. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Long Service Medal, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November, 2022. Mrs. Maria Moise. Whereas you have given 38 years of selfless and dedicated service to the Commonwealth of Dominica in the field of health, and whereas you diligently and professionally execute your responsibility as midwife by providing prenatal and postnatal care, counseling and support to women and their families in the Grand Bay Health and Roseau Health districts, and whereas you have also been recognized for your outstanding contribution in the expanded program on immunization and was awarded Nurse of the Year in 2012, and whereas your dedication and passion for health, you completed specialized training in courses such as STD management, HIV/AIDS testing, and became a certified HIV counselor and HIV/AIDS tester. And whereas, following the passage of Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, you were instrumental in providing first-hand care for the people of Petit-Savan and was instrumental in the organization and resettlement of the Petit-Savan community. Now, therefore, I, Charles Angelo Savre, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as aforesaid by this my warrant, do grant and confer on you the dignity and honor of the Long Service Medal, which I am empowered to bestow on those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I do further order by this my warrant that you be awarded the Medal of Honor in recognition of your services to the Commonwealth of Dominica, given under my hand and the public seal of the Commonwealth of Dominica this 3rd day of November 2022. Let's give another round of applause to all of our long service medal awardees. And a final round of applause to all of our awardees this evening. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for honoring those persons who have rendered meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. We will now present a bouquet to Mrs. Savrin, wife of the President. Thank you very much, Mrs. Savrin. We will also present a bouquet to Mrs. Melissa Skerritt, Honorable Melissa Skerritt, wife of the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much. And now for the part of the event that I know you are eagerly anticipating. I now invite Sergeant Joseph Raymond, who is also the Commandant of the Dominica Cadet Corps, to provide insight into the parade of uniformed officers.
Happy Independence, Dominica. 2022 National Parade Drill Display. Centered around the theme for this year's Independence celebration, One Dominica, One People, One Vision. The drill display was planned and put together by Corporal Alvin Cachette and Corporal Sherwin Mitchell of the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force. Musical accompaniment done by a contingent of the Dominica Cadet Corps Band and Drum Corps. The display team comprises of 40 men and women of the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force. They march onto the parade grounds in single file, carrying their weapons at the trail, then form up into 4 ranks. They will be dressed They are incorporating a taste of our local cultural dance, the heel and toe. Once given the command, the team will split into two halves horizontally, forward and backward, and diagonally, but on every occasion, the team comes back together.
Decipher or come to a conclusion as to what the formation is. But certainly
this display
it's been
depicts that over the
maybe
years,
we should go backstage from Mr. Sergeant Raymond from the police force.
On several occasions, but every time we were always able to get back together as one nation, proving our high level of determination and resilience.
Yes, and just to continue the further description, we can hear the drums in the distance, and the police officers have turned. One platoon is they're now facing eastwards, and they are in a slow marching situation, still getting into their formation. But what a beautiful sight to behold. A number of persons have really come out to the Windsor Park on this 44th independence anniversary to witness what's happening. And now they have broken into quick time, and one platoon is going towards the west, the other coming eastwards. They have now turned about and coming back, and I reckon soon they will go into some concentric circle and give a full display, and we'll be able to appreciate what is really happening. But certainly it's a very good occasion. Some 27 persons or so were recognized this afternoon. We can hear the crowd in the distance really applauding what is happening. I suppose, as usual, every year, the patrons always look forward to something brilliant and good from the police.
Now the
in
team
terms of
goes
the
into a
precision drill.
spiral formation. This signifies the several hurricanes and storms that we have been through over the years, and most recently, Hurricane Maria, and also the COVID-19 pandemic. But even these could not stop us from coming back together as a people. Hence, the team forms back into one.
Yes, and indeed, they are going into a spiral, some concentric circle, and soon, that as the announcer indicated, they're demonstrating that Dominica has been hit by a few hurricanes, caused that sort of destruction, but certainly we can see the police now going into some concentric circle, getting into their drill and their formation, and I'm sure in the end we will be able to appreciate what is being done. And you can hear the applause from the people in the various stands, the Grayson and Irving Shillingford stand, also the Norbert Phillips stand and Adam Sanford and Caleb Laura and Clem John stand. It's densely populated with persons, a kaleidoscope of color and people gather here at the Windsor Park to witness this sort of occasion. And now is the parade. The police are now marching off in the column of route, and I reckon they will go back into some other formation, and you can hear the rousing applause from the various persons here in the distance. The stadium, I can tell you, is densely populated from the three main stands on the western side, and certainly it's a sight to behold. The police are now coming back into two ranks, and I reckon they will go back into the original formation, and we will see what happens from there. But certainly, Cecil, it's really a nice occasion. It's Dominica 44th independence anniversary. We heard the Prime Minister this afternoon delivered a 65-minute address, and certainly highlighted some key areas of development for the country. One of the key things was about the international airport that is ongoing. He talked about geothermal energy, He talked about a further enhancing of the contract for the NEP. He also talked about development for the police force and quite a number of things. And certainly, I think Dominica is on the apex of its development. We have really seen tremendous amount of work going on in the country. We just came from the heels of the World Creole Festival, 3 days of pulsating music. A number of Dominicans come. And now they have ported their arms. They have ported their arms, and they're going back into their form.
Will depict the country soaring through all of our trials and challenges with togetherness and courage.
Sort of marching up, and I reckon they'll come back into full formation. They have now shouldered their arms and going towards the northern side in slow march. And now you can see them at the halt. They're getting back into full formation, and before long, I reckon the entire parade platoons, all 6 platoons, will come back together, and we will see a march pass in slow and quick time. And by that time, His Excellency will be invited to come up to the dais to take the salute. But certainly a very good display here from my vantage point, I can tell you. Now the police have broken into quick time from slow march, and they're coming back towards the center of the parade, the parade area, and certainly came to a halt, and now back into mark time. And I reckon before long they'll advance in review order and look towards the stage or the eastern direction. But certainly it's something to behold, and you can see that sort of precision, you know, that sort of unified sort of marching, if you want, quick. And they're turning again towards the south as the drum goes. I suppose on every 10 beats the officers will move. They're moving out now, breaking off again into another formation, and we will see how it goes. But certainly I think this afternoon persons should be extremely delighted with everything that has happened. We have seen you know, the awardees receiving their medals this afternoon, but as I speak, yes, they are breaking back
the letters Z and A, which speaks for itself.
Sergeant Mitchell and Corporal Gachet did a lot of work with these police officers before this night, and certainly how well the officers have demonstrated tremendous prowess and pedigree, and you can hear the round of applause in the distance. And certainly, as I indicated just now, it's really a sight to behold. So now they seem to be into some sort of a little sort of circle, if you will. Oh no, they have gone back into the files, and they're now doing the quick march, facing eastwards in sort of advanced position. Now they have turned again towards the north, and the drumming is going. You can see that sort of precision. They are marching off again, and I reckon it's going to be a third formation. And of course, how smart the officers look. They're dressed in their white tunics and the black pants, and certainly, and of course, you know, yes, you're quite right. And now they're breaking off again into another formation, and I'm sure before long we'll get the description as to what is happening. It looks like
the team has now formed the figures 4-4, 44, marking 44 years of independence as a nation, of which we are all proud.
And now they have shouldered their arms. They are doing some display. They are back to the, yes, to the potting, back to the shoulder, and it's really a nice drill. And certainly I think the patrons here, the persons are here, they have now ground arms, and you can see that figure 44 looks pretty clear now. I'm sure if you have an aerial view of that, it would look very pretty, and the persons in the stand would have a very good view of that sort of formation. And now
the
again,
team goes back to its original formation,
back
marking
to the
the
formation.
end of the display before marching off.
Okay, the officers, they are now marching off in column of route, and before long they will get back into their formation, and one will see the continuation of the parade, I reckon. And indeed, really a good sight to behold here at the Windsor Park Stadium on the anniversary of Dominica's 44th independence celebration, with a theme, One Dominica, One People, One Vision. And of course, how well the officers have demonstrated their prowess in terms of the precision drill. And I guess they're going to get back into formation. We will see shortly the rest of the platoons. Of course, there are 6 platoons on parade tonight, 3 from the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, 1 from the Dominica Fire and Ambulance Service, 1 from the Dominica Cadet Corps, and 1 from the Dominica Prison Service. And tonight the Prison Service made history in the person of a woman, the first woman to head a platoon. That's Teresa Pond Mason, who is the principal officer for the prison. She is the head of the prison platoon. That's the first time we have seen that. The officers made a bow to indicate that they are going to wind up on the precision drill and get set for what we expect
off, the
to be another great.
Will put on a short musical dance display.
Cadets are going to come on and put on a display.
Musical display and dance on your own.
Information is, because from my vantage point, difficult to really identify what the formation is, but certainly I think the cadets, as usual, they always put on a very good display, and we can hear some drumming. I noticed 3 ladies are dressed in madras. They are also doing some sort of drill, like something like quadrille. But there's something, a heel and toe. I was stand corrected, yes. Heel and toe is being displayed here. I reckon it's about 150 feet from us. And certainly the cadets, they're well clad, and they are playing to a tune. They are playing to a tune that I have not identified yet. But certainly, I think it's a very good sign.
Between the files, you can see a cultural dance being performed.
Yes, a cultural dance, I was told, but it looks like, as you say, is it quadrille or jingping?
This one is Jingping.
Jingping. Three ladies, they are adorned with their Creole wear.
We're going to continue doing the heel and toe.
And they're doing the heel and toe now as we speak. And certainly they are receiving a round of applause from we can see the leader of the cadets is also coming in a sort of circle as if to say, well, yes, I'm in charge and you have to follow me. But yeah, indeed, it's a lovely setting here at the Windsor Park Stadium as we witness the ceremony here for the 44th anniversary of Dominica's independence. And indeed, how well the planning has been put into place, and certainly we're extremely delighted. So the cadets are now doing their performance. We see it, of course, following the performance from the police that did a very good display. And before long, we should see the police and the uniform groups, I should say, marching in slow and quick time. And His Excellency will take the salute at the dais. And then, of course, to bring the curtains down, we'll have a review order where the officers will march and take 14 steps and halt on the 15th. And, of course, the national anthem will be played. And His Excellency will receive the salute. And that will bring the end to the proceedings. But, of course, it's a lovely... Oh, they're going into some dance and a formation. Quadrille now. They have changed into quadrille. And you can hear the round of applause from a distance. And certainly, I think, our culture is very rich. And indeed, we have to say a lot has been done to enhance that culture. And Dominica continues to do well in terms of our own culture, having attained independence from Britain some 44 years ago. And indeed, we are moving into self-determination. We have done that. And of course, we're moving towards the economic trust and development for the country, as the Prime Minister himself gave this address this afternoon and highlighted some key pointers. And I'm sure during the week, we will hear some highlights on the news. But as I speak to you, the cadets, the drummers are coming forward. They have changed the formation and they continue to drum. And a kaleidoscope of color and people are gathered here at the Windsor Park. And even the cadets have their various colors. They've come to the halt and they're receiving a round of applause. The original formation and march off to get back onto the parade area. Oh, some display is going on. We heard the drumming, and then we heard a sort of display or a sort of dance by the leader. So yes, and indeed they're doing something. It looks like some sort of display. Oh yes, they're demonstrating something. I'm not sure what, but you can hear the applause in the distance. Oh, is it bouillon? Oh, that's it. And you can see some sort of dancing. Is it heel and toe or something of that sort? Is it bill? Yes, it's a combination of the heel and toe, of course, and the bouillon, and that is going on, and it indicates that our culture, as I said, is rich. We can see some sort of movement, and we see the band leader jumping off his feet of the ground, and certainly they're receiving some applause. I reckon people are really absorbing and enjoying. I can see His Excellency the President having a very good look, and now they're dancing. Oh, and everybody all over the stadium, they're just applauding. His Excellency has a perpetual smile on his face as he continues to, really enjoy what is happening. And indeed, it's really something to behold. If you're not here at the Windsor Park Stadium, well, you're missing a lot. And the cadets now are advancing towards the official area now. And now they're making a sort of circle and they continue to drum. And that indicates that they are moving. And oh, this is a dance. My goodness. I mean, the lighting from my area is a bit diffused, but certainly I can tell you that the crowd, they are really enjoying what is going on. We can see now they have just mellowed down a bit and into a sort of slow march, a little bit of heel and toe, and now they are moving up, and you can see the direction is being given for the turning point by the leader, and they are going up into the normal formation. We can see three ladies at the end dressed in their madras, marching, putting a lot of energy into it, and certainly how well the crowd have appreciated, Cecil, what is happening. And indeed, I think if persons are not here, they are missing a lot. Certainly it's something to behold. Yes, indeed. So we have seen quite a number of activities here this evening at the Windsor Park Stadium.
This display would traditionally be done at a military tattoo, and the Cadet Corps, being a paramilitary organization, is just giving us a sample of what you would expect at a military tattoo.
Okay, so that is...
Following this, we'll have the marching on of the troops,
so the
in
troops
preparation for
the 6th
military parade.
Dominica Police Force, one from the Dominica Fire and Ambulance Services, one from the Prison Service, and one from the Dominica Cadet Corps. And how well, Cecil, the cadets have really displayed their sort of performance here in terms of the precision drill. So before long, we will see the entire parade marching on. The parade commander will give the command soon. Well, something is happening. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that the government band? Or is that, oh no, that's the cadets. Doing some sort of acrobatics. And they're really getting, yes, that's right. And they're really getting that kind of applause in the distance as they bring to an end their performance and their display. Certainly, it's really a sight to behold. Indeed, we have really seen a good display here by the Dominica Cadet Corps, and that signifies that our culture is alive and well. And even at a military parade or a parade of the uniform groups at our independence celebration, there has to be some sort of entertainment. And as we speak, we can see Acting Sergeant, my friend here, is walking across here. And also, I think they will be getting set for the march past. And a round of applause. Yes, Sergeant Gasset, who is one of the training officers who really assisted the police in training them for the drill, is just walking across. So now at this point, we can say, oh, yes. At this point, the officers are getting set to get on parade, and certainly the drills officer is really ensuring that all is in place. And as I speak to you, the officers are now coming on parade. We can hear the drum in the distance from the government band, and certainly, so it's now we can see two cadets. They're going to move towards the dais, as His Excellency will be invited shortly to come forward to take the salute. We can hear the music in the distance. Band is coming, and the 6 platoons on parade will be coming, and they will march in slow and quick time, and of course they will break into quick time after the after the salute, and then of course we'll have the officers coming forward in review. So really, it's really a sight to behold, and we have seen a display, two displays, one from the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force and then one from the Dominica Cadet Corps. And as we speak, they are now taking their position.
Second in command is
of course, Superintendent Belgrove Charles is the head of the commander of the parade. The second in command is 2IC, as we say in police palace, is Assistant Superintendent Claude Weeks. And of course, we have 3 inspectors. We have Inspector John Charles himself, we have Inspector Frank Commodore, and we have Inspector Jerome Banis. And of course, the Dominica Fire and Ambulance Service is headed by Station Officer Stanley Prosper, and of course the cadets by Major Robinson. And of course the Prison Service have made history by having Teresa Pond Mason as the first woman to head a parade, as a commander. And I can tell you, the parade will be dressed shortly, and they will take their position in 2 ranks, and then of course, as I indicated just now, they will march in slow time, and then they will break into quick time, and of course give the salute to His Excellency. So as soon as the dressing is done, His Excellency will move into the dais, and he will take the salute. It's really a lovely sight to behold. It's we have the parade started bang on time at 4:30. It's now about 2 minutes to 8, so we can say it's roughly just about 3.5 hours. And our independence parade is something that the the general public and the nation always looks forward to. So of course, soon the officers will come to a halt, and the officer who is dressing the parade will do the dressing, and of course they will come and turn to take the salute will be taken by His Excellency. So as I speak to you, His Excellency is escorted. He's going to be brought to the dais, where he will take the salute.
Parade commander has
police
been the command for inwards dress, where they will be dressed by Police Corporal Mitchell.
Corporal Mitchell, who is what
in preparation for the march past.
Sure that they're in line and everything is going good, so that they can come into a formation when they break into slow march, and and then into quick march, and then of course in the end we will have the police marching in review order, 14 steps, and come to the halt, and you will hear a round of applause when they do that. So Corporal Mitchell is now doing the dressing of the parade. It's called. He is one of the drills commanders, and he really worked tirelessly with the police over the last 4 weeks to ensure that everything was sharp and in order. So everything seemed to be in order. They have just been turned eyes right, and now they're going to turn to the right in column of route, so that they can start moving up into the slow march. It will be led by platoon number 1, of course. Platoon number 1, the inspector there is Frank Commodore. He will turn them right, and then platoon number 2, which I think is headed here by John Charles. He'll ask them to move
at the head of number 1 platoon.
Have been moved, and they will move with 5 paces distance. They will take as they move, as the command will be given for the parade will move in slow march, moving forward. They will take 5 paces, and then the second platoon will move 5 to 7 paces, and then they will make a left turn, and then they will come into another formation. They will be given the order, turn left direction, and they will turn coming towards from the south to the north, and His Excellency will receive the salute when they get close to the dais. The parade, the platoon commander for the number 1 platoon, who I think is Inspector Frank Commodore, will give the order, eyes right, and the police officers will all turn their head to the right smartly and march about 15 paces in slow march and after the salute. So certainly that is something which is traditional in terms of the parade and the drill, and I'm sure you'll hear a round of applause when this happens. So the first platoon is now coming forward. They're going to get the order soon, change direction left, and they will all turn in a beautiful
Police
formation.
platoon number 1 is led by
Frank Commodore.
Inspector of Police Frank
I think
Commodore.
he's the one leading the parade.
Right
Platoon number 1.
marker is Sergeant
And of course,
Delvin John
the
Rick.
second platoon will turn. I think is headed by Inspector Jerome Banis, is it? Jerome Banis, it looks like, or John Charles. But they're going to turn into formation. And platoon number 1 is coming forward. And pretty soon, before long, we'll get the order or the command, eyes right. And they're coming nicely in slow motion. Yes, and of course, platoon number 1 is coming forward, and soon we will get the command, eyes right, as they approach the dais, getting closer to the flag, a flag that is placed on the ground.
Passing the passing line,
and
the parade commander is 2IC, and number 1 platoon commander will pay compliments to His Excellency Charles Angelo Severin.
The second platoon will follow, and of course my view
Platoon
is slightly
number 2 of the
obscured by
police is commanded by Inspector Jerome Banis. The right marker is Sergeant Lyndon Timothy.
2, and it gives the command eyes right, and how smart they look. And of course, platoon number 1, again, with Mr. Frank Commodore as the inspector, he's going to change direction.
Number 3 is led by Inspector John Nelson Charles. The right marker, Sergeant Highfield Philip.
And he takes his position from the center, where he'll be given further commands when they come to break in.
Flag bearer is Second Lieutenant Edfield Benjamin of the Dominica Cadet Corps.
Number 3, we have John Charles. Yes, he is the platoon commander inspector of number 3 platoon, and they're going to break, make a formation, left direction, and of course we have,
number 4 platoon of the Dominica Prison Services, led by Acting Principal Officer Teresa Pond Mason.
And that's the first time, well, this is the caller party. That's the caller party coming now, headed by Acting Sergeant Mitchell, who is a drills instructor. That's the caller party. And it's the cadets. You have about 6 cadets.
Platoon.
And now we have Teresa Pond Mason making history. The first woman to head a platoon in a parade at any time in my 40-year history in the police service. That's the first time. Officer Teresa Pond Mason.
Number 6 platoon of the Dominica Cadet Corps, led by Major Lincoln Robinson. Right guard marker, Staff Sergeant Stevens R. The left marker, Staff Sergeant Reynolds.
He is the leader or the platoon commander for the Dominica Prison Service. And of course, he has a wealth of knowledge and experience. For many occasions, I've seen Stanley Prosper heading the platoon for the Dominica Fire Service. And of course, the final platoon number 6, we have Major Robinson from the Dominica Cadet Corps, very astute, and they look pretty good. And of course, they're going to march on and make that formation, and of course, they're going to break into quick time as soon as they get into the parade square. So we have seen the 6 platoons marching right across the dais. His Excellency took the salute, and now the platoon commander, or the parade commander, I should say, Superintendent Belgrove Charles, has just taken his position, and pretty soon, by the time the 2nd or 3rd platoon gets onto the parade square, he will give the command, break into quick time, and then you'll hear the bass drum giving you at least 5 beats, and then all the entire platoons will break into quick time. And how lovely, I'm sure you'll see that display. So we have seen this afternoon a display by the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, and indeed also the Dominica Cadet Corps gave a very good display and a very good account of themselves. We saw some zouk, we saw some jingping, we saw some heel and toe, and of course they got a tremendous applause here from the number of persons who have gathered here. A kaleidoscope of colored people have really graced us here at the Windsor Park Stadium on the 44th Independence Anniversary. Dominicas, of course, the theme, one Dominica, one people, and of course, one vision. And as I speak to you, the officers are just getting back onto the parade square, and before long, they will get the command, break into quick time. Certainly, we're extremely happy to see that 6 platoons this year. You know, it's a 2-year absence. We have not seen any parade of this nature due to COVID and other drawbacks, but certainly how well, the officers have done today. Yesterday we had the youth rally right here at the Windsor Park Stadium. Quite a number of young persons, 30 of them were awarded, and indeed we had a bit of rain, but today it has been marvelous, a real good Caribbean day, and certainly, so I'm sure soon we will get the command from the parade commander, break into quick time. You can hear that drum giving them a little sort of indication that soon they will break into quick time, come back into a formation, and then give the salute again to His Excellency, who is at the dais, and of course he's flanked by his the Chief of Police is here with him, and of course 2 cadets. They have now broken into quick time.
Parade commander have now broken the parade into quick time.
And they're going to just wheel and come back.
Pass in line and pay compliments to His Excellency the President.
Yes, indeed. And following the salute from the the eyes right in quick time, the officers will go back into formation, and then we'll have the review order and the national anthem, and of course a salute, the presidential salute, and I'm sure I can anticipate a round of applause from the many persons who have gathered here at the Windsor Park. So yes, we can see our training instructor is giving some guidance in terms of the movements, because some of the platoons are lagging behind, and they have to ensure that they at least at least 9 to 10 feet apart from each other. And now we see the parade commander is leading platoon number 1, Superintendent Belgrove Charles, and of course followed by his the inspector Frank Commodore, who is in charge of platoon number 1. They have given the eyes right again, and they have really tucked the head to the right as they move across. And of course, how well the officers have really performed tonight. We can see Mr. Wicks, who is the second in command. He looks very smart as he moves past the first platoon. And now Jerome Barnes, who is the inspector in charge of the second platoon, matches off nicely. And again, we have the third platoon with John Charles, another inspector, in charge of the third platoon. Yes. And of course, we have the color party headed by Acting Sergeant Mitchell. And now, as we speak, the Dominica Prison Service, headed by the first woman principal officer, Teresa Pond-Mason. No? Yes, they look very smart. And now we have the Dominica Fire Service again in quick time. Stanley Prosper, the son of retired Inspector Prosper, who passed years ago. And certainly we have Captain or Major Robinson, I should say, from the Dominica Cadet Corps. And now the officers are marching off in quick time. We see the parade commander again. He breaks off and he goes back into the center. And of course, the parade will be dressed. Well, the government band, yes, they are coming to have their salute. The government band, and how well the government band have served Dominica. They have been serving for in excess of 60 years. It's now headed by Peter Later, who actually took over from his mom, Paulina Later, and previously lingering in my mind, but really, what
Dominica Cadet Corps Band and Drum Corps, led by
and now the officers are getting back. They're getting back.
Warrant Officer Isles, Dion Isles.
Advance into their formation, and they will be having the command soon to dress, and they will be coming forward in review order, and that is something to behold. So we are nearing the end of pretty soon we're nearing the end of the parade. We have one more activity, and that is the officers will march 14 paces forward in review order, and then salute His Excellency. We'll get the command presidential salute, and the national anthem will be played, and of course His Excellency and all the dignitaries will be allowed to leave, and then followed by the many persons who are gathered there. So they're still now waiting for the government band to come. And of course, when the music stops, the police officers will be again dressed by Acting Sergeant Mitchell from the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, who is one of the training drills instructor in the police force, along with Sergeant Gashett, who is one of the officers who is a very good drills officer. Having Mr. Valentine, who was a good drills officer, have since left. He's on holiday, he's overseas. And so these young officers have taken the mantle and have done a very good job for the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force. So yes, indeed, we are here at the Windsor Park Stadium, broadcasting live to you the independence ceremony, with the 44th anniversary of Dominica's independence, having attained independence on the 3rd of November, 1978. And of course, we have all the media houses right here, and we are bringing it live to you in your homes or wherever you are. And I'm sure you're absorbing the activities as we get ready for the final sort of act, if you will, by the parade, the personnel on parade. And what a lovely day it has been. We have been graced with very good weather. Yesterday we had a bit of a drizzle, a bit of rain, while the youth rally was on. There were little punctuations here and there. But today it has been brilliant, a real Caribbean day. We have to be thankful for the Lord. And pretty soon the police officers will be the parade should be brought to a halt, and they will take their dressings and prepare for what I'm sure we will hear a round of applause when they come to the halt. 14 steps and they halt on the 15th. And the crowd always look forward to that sort of thing. So it has been really good here tonight at the Windsor Park Stadium. We just,
ladies and gentlemen,
just
this
a couple days ago,
the match passes in slow and quick
just
time.
a couple days ago, we witnessed the 3 days of pulsating music. So as we speak, the police have been brought to a halt, and the officer is dressing the parade so that they can come in review.
The command for inwards dress.
Inwards dress, yes, that's the command for the review order.
The review order.
And I'm sure, as I indicated, Cecil, and my other colleagues, the people in the pavilion, you're going to hear shouts and a loud round of applause when the police officers get into the review order. So any minute now, within 30 seconds, because His Excellency is in the dais and the officer is going to advance. Really, it's really something to behold, I can tell you. That is what is being looked for. Indeed, what a spectacular day. It has been bright. It has been bright, so the parade commander has taken his position up front. The police officers have been given, the parade have been given the advance. And of course, they're going to move now, any minute now. 14 paces forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to stand as we have the rendition of the national anthem of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
have it. We have had this independence anniversary, 44th independence anniversary, and the parade and the ceremony is now coming to an end. Of course, it has gone to an end, and His Excellency has left the dais, and soon he'll be escorted to his vehicle, and all the dignitaries are leaving, but certainly it's been a beautiful sight to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to stand for the departure of His Excellency President and Mrs. Savran, followed by Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit and Mrs. Skerrit. I also invite you to join us at the stadium forecourt for the cultural gala, which begins right after this ceremony.
Of course, we had the exit of the President of Dominica, followed by Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit and family, and then the other officials to follow, members of the diplomatic corps, government ministers, the opposition as well, represented here this afternoon. The platoons are on the grounds after wowing the audience and thrilling them with the displays. Quite a lot of awards being bestowed here at the Windsor Park Stadium. I'm just looking now at Senior Minister Reginald Austri making his way down, followed by other government ministers, other officials, as we bring this event to a close. Just hearing of a child who may have been lost. We will see if we can get some more details.
All right, messieurs, mesdames, ça c'est Radio DBS. Quand nous avons venu à grande cérémonie pour observer le 44 anniversaire de l'indépendance Dominique. Cérémonie là officiellement venu à bout. Et puis, Premier ministre Roosevelt Skerrit a fait famille qui a marché stade là, qui a dit bonjour à moun qui a regardé avec applaudi. C'était une belle occasion tout bonnement, un bel temps en stade Windsor Park. Messieurs, mesdames, quand nous avons tous ces groupes-là uniformes, ils ont fait ça, ils ont fait toute l'année pour montrer solidarité, montrer l'amour pour le pays pendant la journée d'indépendance.
Definitely quite a spectacle here. Kewana, probably a few challenges that we would have to work on for the next time as far as lighting in particular is concerned.
Oui, l'éclairage est un problème, oui.
A good turnout, you know, a good display as well here this afternoon into the evening.
Ah oui, quand nous avons là, tous ces gens-là qui étaient assis scène pour la cérémonie, ils ont descendu, ils ont quitté la cérémonie là. Il y avait aussi le président Dominique Jacques qui était rentré en voiture. Quand nous avons parlé là, les gens ont applaudi, les gens ont hélé. Puis le Premier ministre a passé, il y avait famille. Il y avait certains qui ont dit bonjour, qui ont levé la main, qui ont dit bonjour, ils ont apprécié ça tout bonnement. Mais quand nous avons parlé là, la voiture qui a respecté, quand ça arrivé à bout de stade là, ils sont rentrés en voiture et quitté le stade Windsor Park. Ça c'est Radio DBS, messieurs, mesdames, à ces journées, soir, indépendance.
As we know, tomorrow will be Committee Day of Service. I know that, for instance, in Central Roseau, we know that they don't talk so much about plans, but I know that tomorrow in Central Roseau, that they're asking the residents to put out all of their white goods, fridge, the stoves, whatever they have that are white goods, to put it out and along the routes of the trucks where they will pick the white goods up and bring them to the disposable area. And so the other parts of Dominica, I'm sure that they will be preparing themselves for planting of trees and planting of flowers. So as we know that Dominica, we have always been talking about the nature isle, and tomorrow is a true reflection of we actually celebrating nature, giving ourselves the opportunity for replanting, reforestation, and out of all of this, we can guarantee ourselves that Dominica will be sustainable.
Definitely. So yes, tomorrow is the National Day of Community Service. There was a time when we had major projects going on, major developmental projects, but the idea in recent time is for beautification, to clean up your area. So that will continue tomorrow. Quite a few of our announcers will be out in various communities to bring you the events as they unfold tomorrow, give you an idea as to what is being done in several of the communities as far as beautification is concerned. So DBS Radio will be on top of that. And as I speak, of course, the platoons, the 6 platoons, the 6 contingents are in formation as they get set to make their way out of the Windsor Park Stadium after a long day. A lot of practice for them and a long day for them as well. I guess they would have had to be here very, very early. The function started at 4:30, but they would have been here probably an hour before. So the music strikes up. Let's get some of the music as they make their way out. All right, so of course they are making their way out. Kewana doing somewhat a semicircle. And this signals the end of this ceremony here today. 44 years as an independent nation, one Dominica, one people, one vision.
All right, messieurs, mesdames, nous avons venu pour Tanou. Anniversaire indépendance, c'est comme ça nous avons fait toute l'année. DBS bien content qu'il nous a amené quand il en place.
Definitely quite a number of awards as we told you, and we will bring you excerpts on our newscasts. Of course, from tomorrow, there's a newscast at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's also an activity, as I said, cultural gala. DBS Radio will bring that live as well, and we will bring live some of the events that will be happening tomorrow on the National Day of Community Service. I think that will signal the official end of the independence celebrations as far as the calendar of activities are concerned. But surely it was a pleasure doing this for you. We have to wrap up now. We have to say a big thank you to Cecil, Joseph, and Curtis Matthew, who started the broadcast this afternoon. Kewana, Fontaine, Wilson, our technicians on duty in full force, all of them here. Dean Thomas, leading, of course, the crew. Dennis Nichols, or Nichols Dennis, I can never really get it right.
Nichols Dennis.
Aaron Wiltshire and young Jonathan as well, really ensuring that we brought this live to you. So we have to go now because the technicians have to set up for another event. As I said, it's cultural gala time and it's back now. We have to go to Ted Daly Studio in a short while. Good evening.